on this Junkrat, getting extremely low. Emerald actually getting the early lead, but Broccoli, as I said earlier, with the amazing boop response to take down the support counterpart as this control point starting to become active, but you do have Marist on the low ground trying to manage this onslaught of damage from Matt, at least able to take that Junkrat down, but Baby D.Va just trying to get back in this mech.
Baby D.Va needs to get back into this mech in order to provide what she does best, which is that damage reduction. But damage is just going to be coming through, especially when you can't block those hooks.
And there is that follow-through. Broccoli with the melee, doing some consistent work with Goo on the front. The triple by the Roadhog play, and demonstrating how critical that play is.
This is where we see Quinnipiac shine. Now that the Orisa and the Roadhog have taken control of this point, it's going to be very difficult for Marist College to break through the defenses. Orisa and Roadhog specifically are just very defensively favored as a composition, so the fact that Quinnipiac was able to take control first means that Marist College is going to have their work cut out for them coming back. They don't really have too many resources to utilize yet, but this McCree is going to want to try to get these shields down in order to utilize this Deadeye.
Now the Deadeye comes out. Nano going to be on the front line. Double kill coming up from Grub, instantly making this a 6 versus 4. Zook with the follow-up onto that Orisa double kill, and that is going to be a solid reset here for Marist, and has no ability to even somewhat get away.
Quinnipiac was able to utilize the Deadeye exactly how I said, right? Get those shields down. They really focused down Face Misk for Marist College, which is playing the Reinhardt, and that allowed that Deadeye to really pop off. Now, though, pay attention to Matt Muskie. They have their rip tire ready to go, and Marist College is going to have to be prepared to rip down that tire.
Muskie holding on patiently on the high ground, waiting to see if there's an opportunity to get the ultimate coming out the window. You do have Goo going down, but a flank just behind does get the double, almost being deleted, but a quick explosion just before its health value reaches 0. Matt getting the triple now and continuing to press forward. This is going to be a very difficult changeover with Marist in these last few seconds.
This is last fight territory, Rich, and there's a lot of tools that Quinnipiac has in order to just kind of move through Marist College for this last fight. They have the supercharger. There's no answer to it. Ohm doesn't have the sound barrier yet, and even the sound barrier might not be enough to get through all of this damage that's coming out from the supercharger.
Face Misk trying to find an Earth Shatter. The Blizzard is committed. You've got the supercharger, like you said, but will be deleted and now moved off the edge. That is a kill double for Face on the front. This is an opportunity now for Marist to really turn this around with these last few overtime seconds. The nano boost most likely going to be held onto here, not going to use it, as a reset now comes out from Quinnipiac because they have an opportunity with a long amount of time to turn this back.
Quinnipiac just got a little bit confused there. You saw the team got split up as soon as Face Mix decided to charge in, but that was the opening that Marist College needed. That chaos that was created from the Blizzard really split up Quinnipiac, and it allowed the rest of the tools that Marist College used, like the sound barrier, to really get full value. But high ground advantage just got deleted.
That halt was beautiful, but because Goo was in the back looking for a hook opportunity to maybe get a whole hog off the edge, it falls short. But Matt on the front getting some great usage. The Rip Tire again, trying to find value into the hold, but the rotation of the shield here by Face was brilliantly on point to block it, and in return the Earth Shatter gets denied. Harmonix in the back with this May, trying to get some damage out onto the shield, but the sound barrier from Broccoli, from Quinnipiac, able to keep this team alive, and you have Matt cleaning up the overtime, shredding away. It's only the D.Va remaining. Ties hoping to buy enough seconds here with the nano boost to hopefully allow the team of Marist to get back onto this point to compete, but this is an extremely tall order. The overtime shreds away. The Tracer tries to touch the point, and this is just going to be a lengthy stagger. No one able to get there. The whole hog to secure it, and it's just time going to be wasted, hopefully to switch it back.
Hopefully to switch it back, but every single time a new member steps onto the point, that's just another couple of seconds that overtime wick expires faster. Quinnipiac looks solid on this very first round of Oasis. It's up to Marist College now to really take over control of the point first if they want to have a chance against this Roadhog Orisa combination.
Well, and from what we saw last time with Quinnipiac on this university map specifically, they chose to go more with a Reinhardt and the Zarya play, trying to see if that could be more advantageous for them, but they're still going to stick to this. And again, with that pit being in the center, even though it's not an environmental kill, there is a lot of opportunity to gain numbers advantage on that high ground and exploit the remaining members.
Oh, it's your favorite thing, Rich.
It really
Every
is.
single time we come to this point, you see an Orisa and you get so excited about the potential of using those poles in order to remove members of the opposing team from this fight. But Marist College gets to the point first. Quinnipiac takes control of the high ground, but watch out for Gu on this flank.
And Volkul almost being picked off. Nice job with the support by the healers to keep that Moira alive, fading underneath. Now the rotation comes through. Zook gonna get some displacement along with that concussion coming out from Matt in the back, taking down Ties. This numbers disadvantage makes it about an even pace now. 5-5 on the point as Face Miss manages to get the kill onto that DPS and a follow-up onto both supports. Numbers advantage easily in favor of Marist, and now you have Quinnipiac having to play careful and at this point allow the point to be given over.
I love the change that Marist College made to their team composition. They actually have Taze switch from the Diva to the main tank role in the Reinhardt, allowing Face Misk to play the Zarya. And what does Zarya do best? It does best in the face of a Junkrat. You've got bubbles to soak up all that damage and get highlighter charge. Face Misk is almost full. This is going to be very quick to build up to that Graviton Surge.
You have the compete in the back by Matt. The Riptire going to get instantly deleted. A little bit of an overzealous play in the back line with Zook forcing out the Fortify from Quinnipiac on the Orisa. Broccoli on the side trying to look for some displacement, but the Coalescence is going to be so dominant from Marist to overwhelm the front line of Quinnipiac that you have to see them play carefully as Savage just tries to keep the remaining teammates alive with the Coalescence of their own.
Coalescence, though, not really doing too much in this situation when Marist College is able to utilize these walls to just get out of the way. Sure, that Coalescence goes through barriers, but it doesn't get a chance to go through the actual architecture of the map, and all the while, Face Misk just utilizing that charge and deleting members of Quinnipiac.
I mean, we're talking almost 100 energy stacked up because of that Junkrat tactic you said. Now with Harmonix on the front with the Blizzard trying to lock down a few members of Quinnipiac. Nobody in the center of it, but zoning out multiple members from Quinnipiac. You've got Gu trying to rotate back to give some assistance, gets the picks on the Lucio, but the Boop in return can't find any value, and now it's 75%, a reverse opportunity, Marist in last fight territory to shut down Quinnipiac.
Marist utilized that Blizzard just to ensure the last couple of kills, but also to ensure that their final plan can work, which is that Graviton.
Nice separation with the Maywall Supercharger for the damage boost, but the Graviton comes out. Broccoli responding with a sound barrier, but does get prevented in the backside of it. Beautiful job by Emerald, laying down so much damage as Gu attempts to turn this back single-handedly with 3 members going down, almost gets the quad, but the overtime wicks away, and that is going to be a 1-1 map score so far on Oasis.
The compositional change that Marist College made really made the difference because it was very difficult for Quinnipiac to have these tanks that are supposed to be more of a defensively favored composition actually take control of the point. That Reaper, Emerald, being able to play so aggressively with the team, it just was a beautiful play. You also saved the Death Blossom for kind of that right moment with that combination of the Graviton Surge, and it was too much damage for even Broccoli's Sound Barrier to save them from.
As these doors open, we see both teams bringing everything they've got. Again, this is the semifinals and moving into the grand finals as we have a decent composition. Again, a slight change-up, though. Ryan and actually the Roadhog combination from Quinnipiac.
Good call. Good call, especially when you have a Reinhardt versus Reinhardt battle.
And the shield gonna be able to prevent a lot of damage from Ties here. Marist, you've got Grub, though, finding a decent pick on the support as Gu falls as well. 5-5, Matt trying to keep the damage high, but unfortunately Face finds the damage just enough here, withstanding all of those incoming grenades, as Zook, surprisingly in the thick of things, sticks alive near the supports, giving a lot of value to that hammer on the front line, and this will now go in favor of Quinnipiac and forcing Marist to reform.
Zook is the main shot caller of the team, and you could really see that the calls that they were making were being followed up upon. It looked as though whatever Zook was swinging at, everyone else on the side of Quinnipiac University was also looking at the same target, which made it a lot easier for them to take control of this first point. Now they have a lot of tools to work with. Zook is outpacing Taste right now for this Earth Shatter.
Ooh, the drop down from Goo just behind the shield as a Nano comes on top. Lots of damage on the front side, but a nice May wall here from Harmonix to shut that down with a Coalescence committed. Grub once again with the Deadeye, finding two consistently every attempt on this ultimate, and a follow-up for a third. Another reset here as Grub constantly gets a lot of window of opportunity.
Window of opportunity because they're just uncontested on high ground. And this is also in conjunction with the Junkrat that is also sitting on high ground. There's not really a good way for Marist College to approach this point without being in the fray for either the Junkrat or the McCree charge. So take a look at this rotation that Marist College is utilizing here to try to force Grub off of this high ground.
Taking the Jettison, needing to take this high ground position to force down Quinnipiac. Nice job, but the rotation around this center room is going to be critical. Lots of opportunity with that Blizzard to lock down multiple members, but you see Quinnipiac efficiently just outmaneuvering and outpacing Marist on that rotation. The Death Blossom comes out, but an immediate flashbang to cease that damage. Whole hog on the Zarya. No ability to withstand the damage as those barriers come out from the Zarya play. Face Mist trying to do everything possible to keep this fight alive for the team, as the Lucio, being the sole remaining support member on this point, looking for a regroup, manages to come through on this and ceasing that percentage gain at 95 for Quinnipiac.
I'm so impressed with Marist College. They lost both supports at the beginning of that fight and were still able to take it back. An expensive take back for them, but now they have control of this high ground where Grub was giving them a lot of trouble. So this is kind of the perfect position for Marist College to be. This allows them to kind of get the drop on the enemy team, and they have the Graviton to do just that.
Matt gonna look for a flank, has a lot of damage coming from behind the shield as the grab comes through, switching it back. Earth Shatter on the front by Zook, doesn't get much value since it was blocked into the overtime now. Matt still continuing to rain damage just onto this shield, but does get taken down by Face Mist with that consistent coverage and that focus on that consistent DPS. 99 into the overtime, you've got the numbers just continuing to be reduced. Beautiful job by Marist to keep this fight alive despite the Bionades coming out from Haiti Savage on the other side, and that will be another switch over with some decent ultimate economy to carry into the next fight.
That ultimate economy is huge for Marist College. They were able to get a significant amount of alt charge from the fact that Quinnipiac University stayed on the point and stayed in overtime for as long as they did. And not only did that also buy valuable time for Marist College to kind of get their wits about them and figure out a game plan going into this next fight, but Quinnipiac now is kind of looking at two fights here. And they don't really have much to be able to take over this first point if this is going to have to be a kind of a huge electric cowboy.
Earth Shatter coming out, only getting one, blocked by mostly of the shield, but a Bionade lands onto 3. Quinnipiac having to play carefully as the Death Blossom comes in from behind, absolutely flanking the rear of Quinnipiac from Marist, going to secure another hold on this, and now that second fight you talked about is in the very near future and is going to be the last resort.
Last resort, last fight, absolutely, and there was a good stagger onto Matt Muskie from Marist that will make sure that we are in last fight territory where all bets are off now. It is 1-1. You have to make something happen here if you are Quinnipiac in order to take back control of this point. And Marist College has a lot of tools. They have a Blizzard, and Quinnipiac doesn't have an answer right now.
Moving quickly to the point, Zook gonna keep that shield high. The drop comes out, Blizzard being the win condition as the Riptire tries to find some value in the back. Beautiful sound barrier committed though, coming out from Marist to keep the team alive as that Riptire hesitates as long as possible as the shield does go down. Goo rotating in the center, trying to get that crossfire with that DPS on the opposing side, with that McCree. Grub pressing forward, having the whole hog from another side flank, absolutely swarming the back line here onto Marist. Quinnipiac finally coming through in the end of this and managing to take this third map onto Oasis and claiming the first of this best of 5.
That was so close for the last fight that it really came down to actually how Matt on the Junkrat for Quinnipiac was maneuvering themselves around the point. Not only did they get a key member with the Riptire at the very end, but they also were able to just kind of make themselves a nuisance in the backline. You never really knew where the Junkrat was going because the Concussive Blast were sending them all over the map. This is going to be a fantastic match between these two teams. They're very evenly matched in skill, and I can't wait to see the difference in play styles that we get a chance to see moving into the next map type.
Very much agree with you. And again, the specific thing to focus on too with Quinnipiac is we talked about how that they can work so well as a unit, but the fact that they can coordinate themselves over such a wide span of area with the Roadhog from Goo rotating around the backside, Junkrat maintaining the high ground, the attention to detail and their positioning to try and surround their opponent onto Marist was absolutely beautifully done in that last fight, and utilizing the ultimates in critical moments to make sure that it was a securance on this map of Oasis.
What I end up wanting to see from Marist in order to take maybe the next map and bring this up to a 1-1 scoreline is just keep setting the pace of the fights. When they're using ultimates first, they tend to end up winning those fights. So Marist just needs to ensure that they have a window of opportunity, but they're also creating it for themselves.
Oh, very much. And before we get into this next map, which is going to be an escort, we'll allow these two teams to see exactly which one is going to be selected. But we're going to be right back with a commercial break, and you'll be...
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Family in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great. Just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
At Quinnipiac, we see more than a campus. We see a community built to ignite passions. We see more than a degree. We see the careers of tomorrow. We see more than a student. We see someone destined to make an impact.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we've already seen a spectacular match on Oasis as we transition into an escort map, and it's going to be Havana. And this is one of those maps that I feel we don't get to see as much because there's a lot of, favoritism towards, a Junkertown or a Route 66, and those are typically a very big focus into that, rotation, but even Dorado more or less. So it's nice to see Havana coming out here for this match.
I think it's because Havana just has a very difficult second point to hold.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes a lot of teams really uncomfortable, but Quinnipiac seems to be very confident. In fact, moving into the next map of Havana, they've decided to defend first. So I can't wait to see what plan they have up their sleeve, because we've seen them do some really good defensive holds. They full held Temple of Anubis on our last bout with Quinnipiac, and I kind of wonder whether or not they're going to have some sort of hyper aggressive strategy for this as well. I would expect them to.
I mean, and a lot of it came down to that Junkrat play that was on the, Temple of Anubis. There was so much explosive damage coming out on that map itself that really nobody could handle Matt Muskie on that character. But it looks like already on the defensive side here, you're going to actually see a Torbjorn pickup with Grub on this Ashe.
I'm really excited about that. Grub showed off a really lethal Widowmaker and the last time that we got a chance to see them, and now they are going to be playing another hitscan hero that really requires prowess. I'm really excited about this defensive composition. Not super excited about where they've decided to hold, but this might just be part of the plan.
I mean, it might be, and we saw a little bit of the Ashe play as well coming out from Grub on the Oasis City Center prior, so we've at least had some vision of this type of composition slightly, but the Torbjorn is still going to be interesting. And as this payload pushes up here from Marist, looking to see if there's an opportunity of getting a pick around the corner with the Hanzo on this, Emerald, and Harmonix feeling confident with this Mei, as the fight really is just going to be delayed for a moment, but a beautiful hook on the high ground, taking the Zarya out of the fight, but Ty's still taking the early lead in the numbers.
Yeah, you got to be really careful against Harmonix's Mei. It's just the Mei walls are going to do a lot to disrupt the ability to play together as a team, and the Reinhardt might be kind of on their own in this situation.
And the fact that you have a lot of this really patient play around the payload itself is giving a lot more of an advantage, but that hook, again, trying to sever the team, bringing multiple members of Marist outside of their comfort zone as the Torbjorn looks for a flank with the turret. Pin gonna come through by Ty's, managing to take down Zook on the tanking counterpart with 3 minutes to work with, as this is a nice cleanup and strategic play by Marist to reach this checkpoint.
Did you hear that voice line from Mei after she got the nano? It was just, nothing can stop me, and my goodness, you're right. As soon as Harmonix got that nano boost coming out from Vocal, it was like every tank on Quinnipiac got instantly deleted. And look at how much space the tanks on Marist College are creating for the DPS and also for this cart to move.
It's almost like a very different type of playstyle coming out from Quinnipiac. They can't gain any sort of ground on this catwalk area or the balcony for them to really try and contest against this. Goo gonna look for a backline rotation all alone, separated from the team, but now the pin comes cross underneath, separating the Reinhardt from Quinnipiac. Goes down, Zook out of the fight once again here, and that is really, I think, causing a lot of problems for Quinnipiac.
It must be, because as I mentioned before, Zook is the main shot caller of the team, and if the main shot caller is not there, it's not really easy to formulate a game plan. Marist must have some sort of idea that bullying down that main tank is kind of a key to their success here. Look at, as soon as Zook exits spawn, that's the target that they choose.
Bob is going to be dropped to try and hopefully stabilize on the front line here. Broccoli playing the Zenyatta, trying to place that Discord Orb on the back as a regroup comes through. Again, because of those staggers on both of these tanks, Zook and Goo have to force a regroup now that everyone is back online, and Marist is going to respect this.
Marist is respecting it. That's giving a lot of time to Quinnipiac to get their wits about them and figure out the game plan moving forward. Zook has an Earth Shatter. As long as he can get Tay's barrier to go down, then that Earth Shatter is going to be really big.
Ooh, blocking it on the low ground. Nice swivel of the shield. No Earth Shatter available. Transcendence beautifully timed to withstand the Dragon Strike, as a Blizzard is also committed from Marist. Dropping down from the high ground. Goo in the back with the whole hog, hoping to try and, again, dislodge this positioning from Marist, but can't manage to do so as an Earth Shatter comes through for 3. Is there the damage to follow it up, as the Nano is committed as well on the front line of Ties. Face Mist trying to give some space and coverage as well, and that is another cleanup here by Marist, looking to reach this checkpoint.
That was an expensive fight for both teams, but as they like to say, those who ult last end up usually winning the fight. And that's kind of what happened there for Marist College, where they just had extra tools when Quinnipiac had kind of run out of just ultimates to use in that fight. So Marist College was able to hit the Earth Shatter, able to hit the powerful Nano on top of it to really give Taze the ability to hit some grand slams out of the park, and now this card's going to be moving into the 3rd point. This is where Quinnipiac is really going to struggle, but I love that Goo decided to go over to the Zarya. I think the Zarya is going to help out a lot in terms of making sure that characters on their team can't get frozen by this Mei.
And now in the choke point, Bob gonna knock up the front line, getting a decent amount of damage, but beautiful sleep to respond to this from the Ana play, making sure that there is not an opportunity for that extra damage by the payload. But again, you do still see Face Mist along with Ties playing carefully around that payload until Bob has depleted. Broccoli with a nice res, keeping Grub up on this now bridgeway. You do have the sound barrier coming from Oam by Marist to try and rotate back and take this advantage onto Matt, who is extremely separated from the team with a tactical visor and a nano boost, actually allowing a lot of value. Drawing attention away with that backline Matt play allowed Grub to really accelerate on the front line.
Not only that, but Grub's also getting a nice power-up boost coming in from Broccoli, who has also switched over characters to the Mercy. Not only is Mercy providing a lot of value from being able to damage boost and really reset the ultimate economy after having to reset the composition, but we also saw a beautiful Resurrect come through, which is going to help with this one-pick potential that Marist College has.
Now with the grab coming out in the corner, having the Dragon Strike through the front, getting a lot of value. Emerald with the quad! Huge combination coming out from Marist. Push payload toward its final meters. And you do have Harmonix now getting the final team kill. The bell has rung. Will Quinnipiac get to this point in time? The few seconds remain, and at least some contest is available as the Blizzard wants to lock down any member here on this defensive side, not allowing anyone to stick through it. Bob being the last sole remaining member, trying to prevent those 2.1 meters left. And you now have Marist completing with a 2-minute and 12-second time bank.
Depending on how Quinnipiac approaches this next attack, I have a sneaking suspicion we might be going into extra innings on this one.
I wouldn't doubt it, to be honest. With how well you have Marist starting to come out on this map, again, they had map selection. This is an opportunity for them to demonstrate their comfort pick on this map, and now transitioning to the defensive side, I'm curious to see what their type of composition is going to be to respond to how Quinnipiac is going to enter in on this attack. I would not be surprised if we saw maybe the same Reinhardt Zarya that was transitioned to at the end on the defensive side from Quinnipiac, but we'll just have to take a look. But in the meantime, let's take a look at this defensive side from Marist.
Marist is running their signature composition for the most part, and that signature composition is very deathball oriented. The only change that I've seen them make between their attack versus their defense is actually going to have Ohm on the Baptiste. Now, what the Baptiste does in this kind of defensive style is, especially knowing what Quinnipiac might come out with, you have an immortality field. That is going to do wonders, especially versus Matt Muskie's Junkrat, which has been chunking away at damage into Marist College's team. So you can either utilize that immortality field to save a member of a team from just Junkrat grenades, or save it from a Riptire.
Now as the doors open, a very far forward by Marist, wanting to lock Quinnipiac on this doorway and spawn area. Matt on the Junkrat rotating around, again playing hyper aggressive, trying to just unload massive amounts of frontline damage in this explosion radius as Ties takes down that aggression, not allowing Matt to stick on the front line. Face Mist getting very low, but there's no one to follow up with that immortality field here. This is going to be a very well-held front line.
This is kind of what I expected to see coming out from Quinnipiac's defense. This early hold is going to allow Marist College to not only build up ultimates, but it also buys them an extra chance to defend this first point. Look at how aggressive they get a chance to be.
I mean, it is just flawless with how they're playing. Matt hoping to try and break this just consistent defensive line, with Grub rotating out as well with the Zenyatta on the Discord orb usage. But the numbers start to reduce here for Marist, and that's the opportunity for Quinnipiac to get onto this point and start to push it. But they've already lost a minute worth of time.
That's exactly what this early defensive hold allows, is it just buys time off the clock, and this amplification matrix also might be enough to turn this 4v6 into a 4v4.
The immortality field really pulling out a lot of opportunity for this defensive hold. You also have now that wall severing multiple members from Quinnipiac. A Face Mist double kill, triple kill, looking for almost the quad as Zook with the nano boost all alone remaining here. Can't seem to do anything. And I am really and thoroughly impressed by Marist, and at this point, Quinnipiac has no idea how to change this up.
I'm impressed with them too, but also watch out for Emerald. Look at them on top of the gas pumps. They are getting ready with the Death Blossom, and they want to make it as big of a surprise as possible. Quinnipiac has a lot of tools to be able to try to get out these gates, but they don't really have anything to save them from a Death Blossom just yet.
Ooh, the grab comes through on both sides. Everyone pulled together. Dragon Strike, Transcendence, and the Death Blossom going to be committed. Beautiful sleep by that Ana play in the back onto Emerald. Not getting much value with the damages of At. Tries to get something with this Riptire around the back line, hoping to get Moira. Does get two, actually, both Harmonics and Vocal, to now try and maybe regroup on this payload, and only has a minute and 30 to try and push this the whole way.
A minute and 30 is not a lot of time compared to what Marist College was able to save up in the bank for their first attack push. Quinnipiac had to expend a lot of resources in that last fight in order to just even get out the gate. But Marist College, they've bought themselves valuable time, and they've bought themselves another chance at defending this point. That's exactly what that close hold is for. And they have a Blizzard. Broccoli had to use the Transcendence already, so how is Quinnipiac going to answer this?
Coalescence and the Amplification Matrix going to be forced out by Marist to try and see if they can get a chance. They are holding on to Harmonix' Blizzard, though. Great usage and maintaining that. Bionade in return going to be coming out from Quinnipiac, but can't seem to get too much value here with the Blizzard from Marist, and that's going to be a cleanup here on the attacking side. Despite the Blizzard coming out, it could not stop that rotation around that freezing area.
Okay, there we go. This is the team that I remember seeing on Monday, and also what we just saw from that control point. Quinnipiac is on a roll now. They understand kind of what they need to do in these next fights, and a lot of this comes down to how Broccoli is playing the Zenyatta. You mentioned the Discord Orbs, and they're finding their mark onto the members of Marist College, especially those problem characters for them, like Harmonix on the May.
Now you have a nice sleep in the back. Grab gonna pull multiple members on that wall, but Emerald still getting some great value on this McCree as Matt and Broccoli really try to work in tandem with one another. But this rotation around Marist is going to be difficult. They have to play carefully against Quinnipiac. And really, just this rotation underneath this bridgeway and catwalk is for both teams very uneasy at this moment.
The cart's moving forward, and there's a fight happening in the back, but this is going to just stagger Marist College right now when they don't have the members of the team available in order to take these fights. Quinnipiac still has a team of 6, and they're really making up for lost time here.
Yeah, the fact that they've got 2 minutes going into this next checkpoint is going to be critical to try and take this home stretch and complete the map with at least a decent time bank, if any at all, as Marist now pushes in. Coalescence as the Deadeye from Grub comes out. Great shield by the Zarya, gets the double as well, with Broccoli following up with a nice volley, and that is a huge fight going in favor of Quinnipiac. And honestly, the fact that Quinnipiac is managing to get a solid hold on this payload now, Marist is having a difficult time competing.
Yeah, this is kind of the momentum generated from the cart is really helping Quinnipiac to move through these checkpoints with ease. And now they've really gotten through to the ultimate economy that they want to have, the ultimate rotations that they want to have. Zook is going to have another Earth Shatter. Matt Muskie is coming up on yet another Riptire. And Broccoli has a Transcendence, which is going to help a lot for these combinations that Marist College wants us to use.
Blizzard again towards the payload. Transcendence to respond. Not going to be enough damage to try and get the picks off in the back, but Zook looking for an Earth Shatter, trying to get multiple members with a Fire Strike as well. The Deadeye claims 2 from Emerald, but a nice Riptire rotating around the back with the triple kill from Grub allows an entire team kill, and these last few meters now are really going to have to be strong from Marist on the defense.
Strategy that Quinnipiac has kind of developed just in order to get the last couple of members back to this cart. They haven't decided to push this with 3. They decided to push it with 1, and that's going to just slow things down a little bit here. But they might have to take a lost fight here, or just take out members before this Graviton and the Sound Barrier are able to hit from Marist.
grabbing the corner, pulling two of the tanks together, but the Nano comes out despite the Earth Shatter landing onto two, has to remove the ice wall since it was more of a separation tactic, but blocked a little bit of Marist's assault against those two that were stunned. Quinnipiac surviving in the back. Deadeye going to come out again by Grub, has to break the barrier wall, going to deflect the shots. Beautiful response here coming out by Harmonix before taken down. Emerald, along with both tanks from Marist, having to do everything they can as this payload is reaching that golden box of completion right now with a minute still to work with.
A minute's gonna be a long time. I don't know. I think I must be a fortune teller or something. I already told you we were going to extra rounds.
As the Moira tries to get back in, the extra rounds are nearing. The Reaper tries to get onto the payload. Emerald doing everything possible to hopefully buy a few seconds for that Wrecking Ball to touch. Manages to do so, the charge as well. As these numbers start to increase on the respawn advantage, this could start spelling disaster for Quinnipiac. The Reaper coming as well. Damage still being significantly high from both Grub and Matt, along with high... Oh my goodness, that's going to be it. No one sticking close as the Transcendence from Broccoli comes out as an insurance policy. 60 seconds on the time bank, and now we go to another round.
In a stall situation, it's really, really hard to play against a Zenyatta that has a Discord Orb that's going to help to just dish out extra damage against the team, and Moira that can kind of just lock onto enemies, especially those speedy heroes like Tracer, like Wrecking Ball. So I think that was just kind of waiting to happen. But kudos to Marist College for being able to buy as much time off the clock as they did, because there is a minute and a half difference in the time bank. That could make or break a difference between... Marist College basically has 2 extra team fights, whereas Quinnipiac really only gets 1 shot at this payload.
And with just that minute... It's a very, very limited amount of time. And when you're on the attack after being so heavily held, and it's going to be the same selection in composition. And honestly, I feel that that's really what the Baptiste brings to this on this very front line. It's just really stalling out that time. It just allows so much opportunity. If anybody is so just micro close to being picked off, you have that response. But surprisingly, you're going to see Marist play a little bit of a different position, not near the gas station, but in this side building where that hotel room is.
A little bit of a sneaky tactic, but they're showing their face now. They just kind of want to try to take out Quinnipiac as easily as possible. But look at this, a last-second swap here. Broccoli goes back over to the Lucio. We've got Goo on the Orisa this time, and Zook on the Sigma.
Interesting change-up. Matt getting a follow-up with Grub. 3 already eliminated. That Immortality field not going to prevail this time around. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me once, or correction, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. That's exactly how it should have been said. And you see this 30 seconds going to be more than enough to push this payload at least a decent amount of distance.
Hey, I think that's what Muskie's saying, at least, because this Junkrat has been able to do so much work. The defense wasn't particularly stellar coming out from Quinnipiac when Muskie was on the Torbjorn, but on this Junkrat, oh my goodness. And you even see Marist having to switch up a little bit here for this last second attempt at this cart defense.
Matt diving in the back line with that significant amount of damage and will unfortunately be picked off. Grub trying to help on the front. This shield holding well with the Orisa by ties to try and compete, picking off one member after another. Quinnipiac is having a difficult time keeping their composure, unable to do anything with that compositional switch right at the tail end of it. Sigma and Orisa coming through from Marist. But that is still a decent push here in this first round, which otherwise might not have moved at all.
No, very, very decent push from Quinnipiac. It looked incredibly different than the very first time that they ended up getting a chance to attack. Didn't quite reach the checkpoint, but got very, very close, and I appreciate the change in composition that they made, especially after seeing Marist College come out of their defensive hiding place. The Orisa and the Sigma worked so well together, but this is where it gets really tough. Marist College is 2.5 minutes on the clock, and Quinnipiac can't really make any mistakes here. They have to take a close hold in order to afford themselves a couple of team fights. If they take the close hold here and they wipe quickly, then they might be able to get one more really good contestant and then another last second contest. But they also have to make no mistakes in the composition that they've run. This is what they're locked into for this defensive hold. It's going to be the Orisa and the Sigma again.
And you really wouldn't even want to risk trying to rotate off, because let's say hypothetically if you are starting to generate at least a decent ultimate charge and you throw that away, that's also another risk. So you have to be very cognizant of going into this, and you are absolutely right. But bringing out the Sigma and Orisa that worked very much on the attack could do just as well on this defense.
I think so. I really like the close hold that Quinnipiac is taking. They got to be careful, though. Matt specifically has to make sure they don't get caught out like that.
Ooh, a nice exchange, though. There was at least a decent amount of damage onto Face Misk with that Junkrat before being taken down, but the Immortality Field allowing a chance to survive through it. Both of these halts being absolutely critical to pull the entire team just above those barriers from the Orisa play. And now the respawn advantage still favoring Marist on this attack. The wall trying to block a few off as Broccoli manages to rotate around it effectively to get that movement and healing necessary. And what a lightning fast amplification matrix here to boost the damage to try and force back Quinnipiac.
Ooh, but the Gravitic Flux to answer. Immortality Field placed down just in time in order to save a couple members, but this kill feed's still lighting up with blue, Rich.
And the fact that Zook is this far forward, causing a lot of distraction, allowing the DPS in the back line to flourish is really critical here, and that kinetic grasp is consistently allowing survivability on the front.
Grub's taking great flanks. Not only are Goo and Zook for Quinnipiac able to create the space like you mentioned, but Grub's really taking advantage of it along with Matt. If Matt's able to stay a little bit farther back here and allow these Junkrat grenades to spam and chunk down the shields on Marist College, then the double shield isn't really a factor anymore for the team.
Just over 60 seconds to work with. The payload starts to push, and this corner and back high ground balcony from Matt is going to be critical to play. But Matt, not wanting to go too far forward here, has to play careful inside of that side room as the halt brings multiples out. The Deadeye from that center section down the street. Immortality Field, a nice knock-up, finding one onto the support, which is critical, and this is a difficult spot to be in as the onslaught of damage comes out from Quinnipiac onto Marist, and this is now last fight territory as Marist has to get a full 6 for this next.
This is looking like a very different storyline than what the time banks were suggesting before, but pay attention to the fact that Marist College hasn't really been able to utilize their ultimates yet, and remember where we say they flourish when they get a chance to set the pace of these fights with their ults. It's going to be very, very important for both of these teams to ult last and make sure they get value from their ultimates.
Flux on 2 members of Quinnipiac, but the sound barrier is there to respond. Riptire claiming one early, and the flank comes through again by the aggressive Junkrat and Coalescence to secure. The Death Blossom can only do so much here as the double for Emerald tries to keep this alive, but that is going to be Quinnipiac managing to prevent this overtime from continuing any further. The Symmetra teleporter not going to be fast enough as a trap locks down the Lucio movement as Quinnipiac claims this next map of Havana.
Quinnipiac's on match point versus Marist College, the #1 seed in the MAAC 2020 Esports Championships.
And I mean, you called it from that interview that we had from Zook. The confidence, the inspiration, just the sheer devotion to trying to bring this to a grand finals with no hesitation in any words of confidence. And they are definitely demonstrating it against this #1 seed team that is Marist.
The scoreline does not show how close these fights really are, though. It really, really doesn't. Marist College is putting up one heck of a fight here, and it's no easy win for Quinnipiac. It's no easy win.
No, it's not. I mean, we're talking about a serious rally that has to come through for Marist to get this reverse sweep, to bring themselves into this grand finals and find out who they're going to compete against. But before we get into that next map, we're going to go to a brief break, and that will give enough time for these teams to decide what that next
Bravo team moving to checkpoint. 2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Family in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
It begins with our mission and values, a culture of innovation and collaboration, achieving a global perspective beyond the classroom, turning education and theory into practice, developing lifelong interests and connections, and striving to make a difference in our communities. Marist College.
When you come to Niagara University, you don't just evolve academically. My transformation here has been huge. I'm serving others now, and it's really helped me see my purpose. Niagara University really helped bring out that side of me.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great, just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
Manhattan College has been shaping the greatest city in the world since 1853. But what you'll find here might surprise you. It's a small campus in a big city. It's where strong values meet open minds, knowledge becomes innovation, and changed lives become unbreakable bonds. Because when you welcome different perspectives, you rise above the expected, and the world follows. That's the Manhattan experience.
I don't know how this is gonna go.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are entering into our third map in this best of 5. And for those of you that might have not been here when we announced that it is going to be an assault, and the selection is Hanamura. And this we've already actually been able to see quite a bit of gameplay prior on Monday.
We did. We saw Hanamura a few times, I believe. We saw it at least once on Monday. The other pick that happened before for especially Quinnipiac was Anubis, but I expect that they're going to do really well on Hanamura as well. Something that I noticed, and we were talking a little bit about during the break, is that Marist again is putting up a heck of a fight. It's no easy task for Quinnipiac to take these wins, and the scoreline of 2-0, the fact that we're on match point right now, is not indicative of how close these matches really are. When you're looking at an assault map, and you're especially looking at the fact that Marist College was such a good defensive team, this might also be a very, very tough match for Quinnipiac.
It really might. And I mean, Assault, just as a beast in and of itself, I really know exactly how this match goes every time.
Yeah,
so it's yeah. Yeah, I mean, Hanamura, Temple of Anubis is another one that we see a lot. But I mean, between the two and what the listing was here, you know, we already saw Marist pick a map that they felt very confident on. I think even though that Marist was not able to take Havana, they still played it extremely strategically and just fell short with overestimating that strategy occurring twice in a row with such success. So now going into this, I think they can maybe do the same thing, where I think they're going to play to their strengths, but acknowledge that if something a second time around presents itself, they cannot just stick in their mold.
It's really tough because there were a couple of fights where they ended up being kind of ultimate fiestas. You had ults getting thrown out left and right, and remember we kind of talked about it again, those who ult last win the fight.
Mm-hmm.
And especially in that very, very last team fight on Havana, there just wasn't really a good game plan from either team. It was just kind of a call and a response. Quinnipiac was doing the calling. Whereas we really wanted to see Marist doing that calling. That's really where they shine.
Yeah, there was a lot of dominance shift. You had Marist so strategically demonstrating the authority onto Quinnipiac, but the fact that Quinnipiac was able to adjust, acclimate, recognize the weaknesses and the strengths that Marist had on top of them, that they were able to adapt. And that's one of the key things here is the adaptation to really compete against a team as you go through these maps, especially leading you into the grand finals. That is probably one of the most important things, just having the adaptation for your entire composition and of your players to really bring you, and which is why these teams are in this semifinals.
Yeah, that's just kind of how it goes, right? These are teams that have earned their place in the semifinals. Marist College is the #1 seed. Quinnipiac is #4. There's not too much difference between the two of them. And we actually have a bit of a change up coming in from Marist College. Emerald is going to be taking a sit out on this one for default.
And default here, having that adjustment with the composition, again, probably leads to knowing the strengths of this map and how they play as a whole. It can either go in one of two ways. We talk about it a lot. You know, when you're bringing in an alternative player, it can sometimes throw a wrench for what Quinnipiac has been used to for these previous maps, how they're going to respond to it, what exactly type of wheelhouse Default has in their character pool to bring out onto this map. And once again, Marist is going to be on the attack this time around, so you get to see Quinnipiac actually get to see exactly how Default plays on an aggressive type nature.
It is going to be very interesting to see how Default ends up playing this specific map. I don't know how it's going to go, but I really like the strategy that we might be seeing from Marist College. We got a chance to see this a little bit from Siena College. We'll see whether or not Quinnipiac is ready for it.
And I like that Grub's back on this Ashe, having a lot of the, hit scan. We saw the Widowmaker in the week. Now you're going to have that mobility coming out with a Viper shot and having this Baptiste with the immortality field. So a lot of survival tactics synergize with that one pick potential with the Halt Hook combination.
Lots of synergy between that, and there's lots of synergy on Marist College as well. Look at the teleporter. Look at this rotation.
The quick question is Quinnipiac going to be able to respond effectively to this rotation? Matt already starting to pump in a lot of damage on the backside and waiting for another engagement. You've got Goo as well flanking the dynamic duo between the two, trying to get an opportunity, but now retreat in rotation back to their original teleport position. Matt does get a kill, and at this point, Marist, I think, is a little lost and confused.
Well, they don't have their Symmetra anymore. That's kind of the whole game plan, is being able to use that teleporter to bypass all of the damage that's incoming from Quinnipiac. But Default, the new sub in for the team, does get a quick pick. Another one, too.
Trying to continue this applied pressure on the front, aggressing forward, finding much value. The immortality field gives at least a few more seconds, but Default getting another triple quad, stacking up on this front line. And Default comes out strong, sitting in the wings, and allows Marist to take this swiftly.
Takes it with a significant amount of time in the bank. They were just waiting for an opportunity to allow Default to shine, and now there is a great opportunity for Marist College to actually snowball this. I see a game plan in front of them, which might be utilizing the Nano Boost for Default to build up to the Death Blossom, where there isn't really a good answer to the Death Blossom on Quinnipiac University. We have Hayden Savage, which is playing the Baptiste, which will have the immortality field, but that's only one tool.
Then taking out Default. That is a huge opportunity. The teleporter in the back, severing the team. A few members being a little bit late in that teleport, and that is a nice, well cleaned up fight here on the defensive side by Quinnipiac to secure that they have a decent ultimate economy going into this next fight and have stopped Marist's momentum.
Stopping Marist's momentum is definitely... taking out Default is one way to stop the momentum, right? Default was such a powerhouse on that first point that Quinnipiac has definitely identified that as something to be concerned about moving into these next couple of fights. The tanks are going to get shredded by this Reaper. So what better way to just remove that from the fight?
Ooh, another time around. Again, Goo has been very reactive to this Reaper play and keeps a quick eye onto it. Grub generating even more damage in that high ground position. Has the Bob ready. Almost all 6 ultimates going to be here by Savage soon. A lot of fireworks in this next fight with 4 minutes to go.
2 minutes already taken off the clock. That's the power of Goo, I guess, is just making sure that that Reaper's not going to be a factor in these fights. But Default's working up to the Death Blossom for Marist, and the wall is here.
Bob gonna be placed just behind it, so there is some damage, but the sleep comes through as Ties manages to get that Matt Riptire out of the fight. Supercharger boosted as the Death Blossom comes through, but the whole hog from Goo actually keeping a lot of distance from that Death Blossom as the Grab Shatter comes out. So much committed to this. The Death Blossom for Default to shred through the remaining health values, looking for the first tick by Marist, trying to take down Broccoli, does get taken out. There is still an opportunity with this respawn to get to the point to compete, but it needs to be now to stop this last tick.
Ooh, okay, barely is able to touch, but you gotta watch out for the teleporter that's still up and active from Marist College. That's going to allow a lot of members of Marist to come back into this fight, but Quinnipiac is taking them out very easily.
Grub in the back doing a just significant amount of damage here. Looking for a third. The sleep onto Ties to try and turn this, but nobody touches it. Broccoli just late to get onto the corner of that point. And I am really, really surprised that that actually was able to be completed with their respawn advantage.
They were right there. It's just like they just didn't know who was going to touch next. But now the game plan for Quinnipiac is to complete this second point with time left in the bank. They have to have time left.
I mean, the fact that Marist is sitting on 3 minutes is a significant amount of time to work with when it comes to, this type of assault map where it can just drag on forever. So now with Quinnipiac going on this attack, I would not be surprised to see the Junkrat again. You can already see it hovered, but I'm interested to see how their tank adjustment is going to be for this. But let's look at Default here. Now, we've already seen the Reaper play on the attacking side and going to opt for this McCree for a defensive play.
I like the McCree. I like the McCree for a few reasons. Not only does it allow them to have some long-range damage on Marist College, but it also, you have the flashbang. And the flashbang can be a very important kit to stop the momentum generated by Matt Muskie's concussive blast to allow them to just kind of bop around the map. So there's a lot of really, really good uses for this flashbang. And I think the McCree is definitely the right call for Marist College.
Yeah, the synergy between Default and Harmonix with their crowd control is going to be immense, and really needing to utilize it against this attack here from Quinnipiac. They've got that teleporter onto that side position, dropping down from the catwalk. As you have Zook leading in, the damage comes out early, taking down a support, but Matt goes as well. Broccoli and Zook working in tandem on the front with that mobility active from the support. But some even exchanges here. Goo forcing out the take-a-breather, trying to survive and take down Default in the back, but can't manage to do so. And despite the supports are down, there is still an opportunity here for Goo to maintain this position. But there is a lot of damage being pumped into this big man by that McCree and the Zarya.
Yeah, but the teleporter is also still active for the attacking team of Quinnipiac. So look at how quickly all of these players are coming back to this point.
And the fact that that's still up is really helpful to Quinnipiac. The Ryan Hart play from Zook and support from Broccoli is allowing this sustain and hoping for a solid regroup. Still nobody able to focus that teleporter down, giving that huge gap distance close. But Ties on the front, allowing a lot of pressure still. And at this point, with both having the Symmetra, they're really in a good spot to get back and keep this fight going.
Oh, there's a teleporter active on the other side as well, so Marist College is able to beat the odds and beat the numbers, get their whole team back onto this point, and keep firm control of it. There hasn't been significant progress made on this first point for capture progress from Quinnipiac.
Big shout out to Harmonic switching from that Mei to the Symmetra to allow that regroup to come out quickly, as it's 2 minutes and 15 seconds. You've got the High Noon on the outside, doesn't seem to get the kill by default, rotating down to that main open area to try and regroup with the team of Marist. Ryan Zarya on the front, mitigating a lot of damage with those shield and barriers, as there's a lot of time here still for Grub to work this teleporter through and find a flanking position. Dives through the teleporter, does get one onto the support, and the photon barrier trying to sever the team. Matt utilizing that wall with tremendous success, not getting picked off on that initial kill, and a Earth Shatter to try and compete. Tons of beam damage on this point. The whole hog going to tuck that Zarya in the corner. Face Misk unable to withstand that explosive damage. And this is finally going to be Quinnipiac claiming this point.
Oh, if they remember to leave a member on it to claim it.
That's going to be the big thing here. The Symmetra teleporter has been removed, though. That is a big thing that you had Zook follow up to make sure that it is not going to allow a potential contest. You now have 4 minutes and 15 seconds to work with to take the second point over Marist.
And look at the ultimate bank, Rich. Look at how many resources Quinnipiac has in order to actually take this point. Depending on what happens in the first couple seconds of the fight, whether or not they get a pick, or if they are able to get the shield down, we're going to see a significant number of these ultimates come out, and here we go for the snowball again.
Oh, what a rotate onto Goo, and the sound barrier is going to be thrown out early because of the grab. Nice response by Broccoli, as Goo slept on the low ground, not even going to be in this fight, with a High Noon in the back, getting the double by default, finding some huge value down this choke point, and has to rotate to the low ground, trying to collapse onto Goo, who's managed to at least take down Harmonic. And despite the chaos that happened on that catwalk, it is still going in favor of Marist and held on to at least the Ana support ultimate.
The Deadeye was huge from default. It was absolutely huge. The shield just wasn't in quite the right place at the right time in order to save the entirety of the team. So unfortunately took out the kind of the two big pieces of the puzzle there, which were the supports from Quinnipiac. That kind of just deleted the momentum that had been generated from that first point. But Quinnipiac still has quite a few resources. They still held on to the Riptire. They're going to have a wall soon too.
Oh, the nano boosted Rhine going in hard in the backside. You've got default with an early pick, but the Bionade going to cause that retreat from Savage. Nice job with a return nano on the front line as well. Hook not going to come through from Goo, as a pin just gets halted in the backside. Ty's not going to survive through much if the damage continues from Quinnipiac. But now there's so much of a staggered play and positioning from Quinnipiac that Marist is actually managing to come on top once again.
It's kind of the battle of the Bionades. You look at Vocal for Marist College, and you also look at Hayden Savage for Quinnipiac, and you really hit the nail on the head there, Rich, that you get Bionaded, and you really should back up, because there's no way to really heal the team after that point.
You have Marist holding on to that balcony, the photon barrier dividing the point in half to make sure that they can bob and weave between it to try and compete against Goo on the front line with Zook, both being committed. But later here by Quinnipiac to buy a few more seconds of coverage, trying to hug onto this corner. Pressing forward, damage going to start breaking down that shield. The teleporter comes through to try and weave around the backside onto Goo, as the High Noon from up top gets another double by default, uncontested. Harmonic with another, and this is a reset and great play with a lengthy fight, mind you, another time around in favor of Marist.
I think Quinnipiac, as much as it is difficult, is going to still have to go up to the high ground. Otherwise, you have the same problem that we saw in Oasis from Quinnipiac, which is a McCree on high ground uncontested. And this time, you've got default in that McCree spot, and that's one tough customer. So I definitely expect that Quinnipiac's going to continue their way up through the top, just to try to make sure that Marist doesn't have this high ground advantage.
Grab gonna pull together too, along with a beautiful Bionade onto Grub and to Goo in the backside. Riptire from the flank, coming out onto potentially one, only gets down on the support play as Broccoli forces out that sound barrier, trying to withstand everything from Marist on this defense. Whole Hog forcing away the last few members on this point as the teleporter still becomes active by Harmonic, keeping presence on this point. Default gets the pick, and Default with a triple kill here and a nano boost, trying to go ham in the back line and cleaning up on this cowboy.
and has another Deadeye for all of their efforts. So this is going to be last fight territory, and this is where the picks have to matter. Quinnipiac does not have ultimates right now. They're going to have to get raw kills in order to take control of this point, and they have 15 seconds to do that. Even if they're able to capture this point, Marist College is going to have a lot of time left in the bank.
And now you're looking for that rotation. The photon barrier, again, going to be active. This is a nice play here by Quinnipiac, dropping down to the point to try and start taking the first tick. Even exchange 1-to-1, but you do have Goo out of the fight. Not that tanky sustain that they would like, competing now 4-to-4 on the point. Rotation with that teleporter is critical to use as a sleep dart. Now comes out onto Face Misk and needs to be maintained. The energy strategically high with all of those barriers. Now Default gets one, looks for the double. That just might be enough. Once again, the triple comes through. Default being the MVP that might just allow this to be the first in the return sweep for Marist to come back against Quinnipiac, and they are going to be able to do it. Marist claims this map of Hanamura to take it to another map.
Reverse sweep might be it coming here. Marist looked like a very different team, and Default rightfully getting this play of the game here.
Look at it in its glory, as it's going to be a double, looks for the triple. Doesn't manage to get it here, but there's the cleanup. I like the oh, the melee, there it is. I was saying, it's gotta be coming soon. I was hoping we would get it in that play of the game, but seriously, what a great job by Marist coming out on top for this round. And we are going to actually see, because on Monday, we didn't get to see a fourth map. It was 3 wins in a row for each of the teams. So this is the first time we'll be able to at least get to see in these playoffs a hybrid map after Assault.
And it's going to be Quinnipiac's choice as well. So that actually gives them a pretty significant advantage. Being able to pick a map that they're really comfortable with, they might have a strategy that Marist College just isn't ready for.
No, not at all. And again, going into this next map, which is again going to be a hybrid, a selection between Eichenwald, Kings Row, Nubani, and Blizzard World. So there is a plethora of opportunity here from Quinnipiac to select. And before we allow that selection to come through, we are going to go to one more break before we bring you this fourth map and see if Marist can continue this morale boost.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great. Just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Family in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
How do you move the world? Begin with an education that combines a life of the mind with a life of service. Add a campus whose proximity to New York City makes it a global gateway. Include more than 60 degree programs and countless internship opportunities. Mix in a brand new Institute for Entrepreneurship and top it off with over 80 clubs and a Division I sports program. So how do you move the world? Start at Iona College.
Hello and welcome back once again as we go into our fourth map. And I am actually thrilled to see if we're going to have Marist manage to take this reverse sweep Necra. And we're going on to King's Row.
One of my favorite maps and a favorite of many teams. King's Row is just a class act in terms of compositions that you can run and wonky strategies. You thought the Symmetra strat on Hanamura was cool. There's a really cool Symmetra strat for King's Row as well.
Oh, definitely. And it's really synergizing well with a Bastion play. We've seen it a lot in other compositions where you typically take the Symmetra on top of that statue with a Sigma combination. But with it being a lot more relevant recently, a lot of teams have been able to adjust and acclimate to this, playing on the opposite side of the hotel or managing a halt to happen just onto the Sigma to prevent the barrier from maintaining coverage for that Bastion. So it's going to be interesting as we do have Quinnipiac on the attacking side first. Teams have swapped, and we will keep default in from Marist.
Yeah, so no changes to the rosters, but changes to the sides. And interestingly enough, there is a Symmetra on the defense. That's not a very common strategy that we get a chance to see, but Harmonix really likes us projectile heroes. Really performing well on the May and showing a lot of prowess on the Symmetra as well. And something that Symmetra does really well, specifically in tandem with Face Misk that's going to be playing the Zarya, delete shields.
And you do have Taze already getting one here onto Savage, a follow-up by default, and that is a great early defensive hold here as Marist really just has to play back, has to look for that quick respawn, and this is going to be a good possible minute already shredded off the clock with those early picks and ult percentage gain.
Ult percentage is going to be really important for the defense to be able to continue their hold, but also getting these early picks is one way to continue that hold too.
And you see the pressure applied on the front side. Goo on this Zarya, which we've not seen as much today, trying to synergize well with Zook on the front, trying to have presence on the point. Tay's going to get very low on this front side with that. Reinhardt has to fall back. Both tanks going down. And this is an opportunity for Quinnipiac to move in as you have Grub cleaning up in the back.
Yeah, it's really just Harmonix and Ohm right now for Marist College. That's kind of the last couple of hopes here, where as soon as that main tank went down and as soon as you also kind of removed the DPS pressure as well from Marist, Quinnipiac was able to come in and really take control of this point. Last second contest though!
Ooh, gonna get the corner. The photon barrier comes out and actually allows some survival with that separation of the team as the Earth Shatter does get won by the statue. Default takes down another and a cleanup, stopping the completion just before at 97.3%.
That's why the Symmetra ends up being so important and why I was looking at it as a defensive choice, as a positive defensive choice. The teleporter, allowing the Marist College to come back just in the nick of time to stop the full capture from Quinnipiac. But now, they really only have the sound barrier and this Deadeye.
Deadeye leading it. Coalescence getting a lot of damage on default, though. Nice save by the supports in the back as Harmonic gets a double here with default. Both of these DPS from Marist working so well together because there is so much space gained by the tanks.
The communication is there. You saw the Deadeye activate, and then the whole team pressured down the Reinhardt shield in order to make sure that the Deadeye would connect. I really like the communication that we're seeing from Marist College. It's making this defense so strong.
And once again, the grab comes out on the backside. Teleporter is there to actually get members out of the grab. What a beautiful usage of the teleport with default rotating behind the statue, trying to take down Broccoli. The 1v1 duel in the backline as Broccoli wants to outmaneuver that McCree. And all the while, you have Marist cleaning up on the point and bringing this to a minute left for Quinnipiac to try and finish this point.
Riptire, Earth Shatter, Sound Barrier, That's what Quinnipiac has online for this potential last fight. They're taking their time to figure out how they're going to approach this point because these Symmetra turrets are making it very difficult for anyone from Quinnipiac to touch without taking significant amounts of damage.
Riptire rotating around the back. Sound barrier is quickly activated in a nice response by Harmonic as the grab comes through to try and pull multiple members of Quinnipiac together. Harmonix with a Earth Shatter up front by the Ryan play manages to knock down both supports. The sweep of the hammer claims 2, and that is 25 seconds left for Quinnipiac. Despite this team fight, has only one final attempt.
Last second change here, as the Riptire was a whiff, we will see Matt Muskie going over to the Ash just as a last second chance to build up to a Bob and get a 7th member in this fight, but Anti needs pressure. Beautiful play with the nade, going to force back 2 with Face Mist, getting a triple, and what a solid hold from Marist. A solid hold, and they are rewarded with the fact that they only need to capture one. They have to capture the point because of how well Quinnipiac was able to get through the first 2 points, but there's not much map to cover here for Kings Row. No, there really isn't. And honestly, there is a tall order here for Quinnipiac with how well Marist just played this map. And you can tell that they are strong with this Symmetra play here and how critical it was. And you mentioned it earlier, to have that gap close with the teleporter, allowing that recontest at 97.3%. Those critical decisions and maintaining of those characters allow this type of recontest. And now for the defensive side, you're going to actually see a extremely interesting composition with Default on the Bastion, or correction, that's the attack. The defensive side here is actually going to be Sigma and Ryan as the tank light up, and Matt is going to stick with a Torbjorn. I think the Torbjorn could play a very similar role to the Symmetra in terms of like having the turret there. So, Torbjorn falls under that class of heroes that really acts to check to the communication and the team strategy and synergy of the opposing team. So Marist College is still going to have to figure out kind of how to deal with the turret that's in the back line that gets a chance to act as just a 7th member of the team. But here's that Bastion Symmetra strategy that we were talking about. Let's see where they go. Will it prevail? Looking to now see if it can come out on top. The Sigma throws the shield, just falling down. The damage boost with the Mercy, hoping to shred those shields quick enough. Now the rotation is key here. Early pick, though, by Face Mist onto Zook, but exchange back and forth. Default does take down Grub. Nobody able to focus the Bastion on that statue and really trying to play this corner. 1 tick obtained here by Marist. The res coming out, but Default is now down. This has now been dislodged by Quinnipiac in their focus and holding strong to reset, but still 1 tick obtained in the first 45 seconds is still a win in Marist attempt. They are switching up their strategy though. So Marist is abandoning the Bastion strategy, going for more of the classic composition that we saw on the defense, waiting for the damage that they took to kind of reset here and moving in fast with that speed. Unbelievable acceleration through. Default gets 1. The Shatter comes through to the side. Not going to find any value as Harmonix takes down Matt. The DPS falling short for Quinnipiac as this second point is nearing a pick. With 2 minutes and 45 seconds, the time is so in favor of Marist, forcing back Quinnipiac. The Photon Barrier comes out. Is the Moira able to even contest? No, it is not going to happen, and that will be a map 4 being claimed by Marist, taking us to a potential reverse sweep with a ringer in hand. 2-2. I said this was going to be close, but I didn't think it was going to be this close. Going to a map 5 for the first time, going to a map 4 for the first time, and now a map 5 for the first time in the 2020 MAAC Esports playoff bracket. I'm so excited, Rich. And I am really curious to see how this next map is going to go, because if we remember from the beginning, the control map did go very closely between these two. It wasn't heavily favored in one or the other. So now that we're revisiting a control map, this really could go either way. It really could go either way. I have no idea how this one's going to go or what map is going to get picked, but it is going to be Quinnipiac's choice, so they still have that upper hand in that way.
Yes, and it is going to be either Lijiang Tower or Nepal, so we will go to one last break here before we see the climactic match between both Quinnipiac and Marist in just a few moments, friends.
People always say, just be yourself. But who is that anyway?
We are St. Peter's University, a place where students who are eager to learn are taught by people who care, on a campus designed for both to thrive. We're proud to offer incredible learning opportunities and life-changing experiences, and that means our students are prepared to succeed in their fields, in their communities, and all over the world. Get to know St. Peter's University, the Jesuit University of New Jersey.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great. Just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Family in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
People always say, just...
Doesn't it seem like the harder you work and the more you earn, you're less likely to receive financial...
Care is built into the culture at NJANG University. I really see it in all the professors here. How are you not going to approach teaching that way when the university, at its core, is about caring and compassion?
To be a Catholic Jesuit university means we are charged with this education for justice.
Students are leaving here with the skill set, the critical thinking, all of these areas which allow them to be flexible leaders.
We're told to go out and set the world on fire, and we're given the tools to do that.
Expansiveness, adaptability, and depth are hallmarks of the education that you get here. If we do that, we produce graduates that stand apart from anybody else.
Rise and shine, people. It's your perfect day. A chance to find inspiration and prepare for the future. To build lasting relationships and push the limit harder than before. This is your today, and it couldn't be more perfect. Until tomorrow, when it happens again.
It wasn't until I had the opportunity to do research my freshman year that I knew biochemistry was for me. Having that experience early on gave me the clarity that I needed.
It begins with our mission and values, a culture of innovation and collaboration, achieving a global perspective beyond the classroom, turning education and theory into practice, developing lifelong interests and connections, and striving to make a difference in our communities. Marist College. It begins with our mission and values, a culture of innovation and collaboration, achieving a global perspective beyond the classroom, turning education and theory into practice, developing lifelong interests and connections, and striving to make a difference in our communities. Marist College.
For sure.
It begins with our
Hello and welcome back once again, everybody, as we are now going into our control map for this final point in this best of 5. And Necra, this is really not something that we expected, but kind of expected in our first game to start the semifinals off.
Well, the first game was so close that a score line of 2-2 is definitely not out of the question, but that King's Row was pretty decisive for Marist College.
It really was. I mean, and the fact that we're going to be able to see Oasis again, I misspoke earlier, those between the Lijiang Tower and Nepal were tiebreaker control maps. So again, it is still from the original pool of control, which is Oasis, Ilios, and Busan. We will be able to revisit this once again and see if Marist is able to adjust and acclimate to how the play happened the first time around against Quinnipiac, and if they can turn it around.
It's going to be a battle of the high ground. We've gotten a chance to see Default in action after being switched in for Emerald, and they do play a very similar hero pool to what Grub does on Quinnipiac. So it's going to be very interesting to see who takes control of the high ground, especially if we go to University. I just don't know how things are going to go.
It's really going to be up in the air as a whole. I mean, one of the things that, I would like to see that the Gardens map, which we actually didn't get to see much from Quinnipiac earlier in the week. It was the first time they've actually had to play on it going into the semifinals, and they actually did a very stellar job on it and managed that high ground position. The only thing that was a little bit concerning is that a lot of the play from Goo was a little bit separated from the rest of the team, which I felt allowed Marist to really capitalize on that. And I think I would really like to see that cleaned up to go into this one, and it's going to be University first.
Yeah, so Battle of the High Ground here, Battle of the Point. You've got your favorite spot in the middle of the map. But the biggest question mark that I have is exactly what you mentioned. Can Matt Muskie and can Goo, can they play more together with the team? Because I feel as though being out of position is something that Default's going to be able to take extreme advantage of. Or harmonics.
Yeah, it's very true. And the fact that you've got that player change is really going to adjust the, I think, responsiveness from Quinnipiac, because with Goo and Matt pulling back the reins a little bit, I think that's going to cause more difficulty for Default finding that damage around specific corners or channels in this map, which is going to allow Marist to accelerate and outmaneuver Quinnipiac.
Well, both teams are utilizing the Lucio, so they're going to be able to rush to point very, very quickly. Both of them, at least seeing, that's kind of what I was talking about. Ooh. Default being able to get one off the get-go.
Yep, right at the get-go, getting that kill, and now Matt is going to have to just quickly try and regroup. This point is most likely going to go in favor of Marist and allow it to be taken. These few seconds critical. You might actually get Matt back here in time to try and compete, throwing some damage over the wall as dropping down severs the team. You've got the Maywall in the back by Harmonic, but still, here comes that follow-through from Marist and taking the point with Default, really just pumping out damage in the back, uncontested once again.
So, point takes control of by Marist College, and there has to be an extreme backup here by Quinnipiac. Something, though, that Quinnipiac did really, really well in that last fight was actually deny face mist a lot of charge. They avoided those bubbles really expertly, but Goo now just taking care of the problem.
Oh, man, managing to now get an opportunity of the numbers advantage. Matt gonna be heavily unleashing damage from that high ground along with Grub. Beautiful change over here. What a quick response to how Marist was playing that fight before and sweeping them off this point.
Ooh, and now the point taken over very, very quickly here by Quinnipiac too. So this is going to be a pretty big back and forth. There's not too many differences in the ultimate economy yet. Marist College is going to have the Blizzard as well as the Deadeye, and Quinnipiac's going to have a Deadeye of their own very shortly here with that Whole Hog, the Earth Shatter, as well as the Nano Boost. So it's just about utilizing those tools first.
Rotating around, Face Mist getting aggressed on by the Junkrat from Matt, but a nice pick off early. Blizzard trying to isolate a few, does get Broccoli. That is a huge pickup to reduce this mobility and area of effect healing, with Harmonix taking another 30% in climbing for Quinnipiac, and that is now going to spell disaster as the wall separates the last few supports remaining, with a Deadeye gonna come out by Grub. I feel that could have been held on to and used in this next fight.
I agree. I definitely agree with that one. Grub could have utilized it, but there might also not have just been a better opportunity, maybe to just see whether or not members of their team would come back in time in order to take advantage of potential picks that they would get with the Deadeye. But now they still have tools to hold on to, and especially when you're running high charge DPS heroes, it's not too bad to utilize those early.
No, it's not, and now you have an early double kill with the Whole Hog from Goo in the back, repositioning multiple members. Default holding on to that Deadeye to try and find an opportunity of picking somebody off. It will not get any value here, though. The wall does separate two in the back line, and an Earthshatter comes out, but Default is there to respond, taking down the big man with the hammer on the front as a flanking Shatter comes in around the back from Marist, hopefully trying to continue this climb in percentage, and at this point, that's what Marist wants. They need to get to that 99%, even if they do force out, so they've got some time to work with, and Goo cleaning up the last couple of members to switch it back over.
I don't know if the sound barrier was necessary there either, though, if I'm going to be completely honest, because that's a tool that they could have utilized for sustain going into this next fight as an engagement tool. Especially when you're looking at the sound barrier that is active for Quinnipiac, Broccoli is going to be able to use that as a response mechanism to Face Mist's Graviton Surge, which Marist is likely relying on to get back into this fight.
Ooh, even exchange for the DPS. Both Ryans on the front. Bionade going to land onto two, though, from Quinnipiac, and the grab comes. They give a lot of fortification to really survive through it as Grub comes up from the side, but this Blizzard and just reposition from Marist actually going to allow a great engage and taking this back, stripping the percentage and stopping that opportunity here for Quinnipiac. But Matt gonna dive in to try and keep it for a percentage or two more as it switched back from 84.
Maywall going to stop a little bit of the momentum there from what we would see from Quinnipiac, but they've got some fast heroes to try to get back to point.
High Noon from Default in the back, going to get takedown onto Grub, the Tracer, hoping to get the kill before the ultimate completes. Overtime shredding away, and Marist now taking first map so far in Oasis on University.
So close, though.
It was
close, Rich. That was a 100-84 scoreline for that very first map. And we're going into the second round, and here's where, again, high ground becomes ever more important, because you have beautiful sight lines here for something like a McCree.
Oh, very much. And again, I do really want to highlight how Quinnipiac is really going to have to tighten up with Goo on this back line again. I think if they can do that, as we talked about it earlier on this map, that will allow a completion in their favor to bring it to that third map, which they are most formidable on in that city center.
Gonna meet in the middle here. I really like the choice to kind of stick with the Junkrat, but again, you gotta watch out for those Zarya bubbles.
Shield and bubble active early. You've got Ties on the front with the Reinhardt trying to push in. The wall does separate some of the team. Matt out in the open. Is anybody able to get the kill? Onto Matt finally does. Default gets the kill. And you have a 6 versus 4 right now in favor of Marist and forcing Quinnipiac back. And once again, exerting a lot of dominance here.
I love the disengage, though, from Quinnipiac. They're really denying Marist College a lot of ultimate charge so that they won't have the Coalescence. They're not going to be able to have the Deadeye early on in these fights, where it might buy Quinnipiac some time in order to get some quick picks to kick things off so that they can take control of this point back. It wouldn't be too unheard of in this position, knowing what we saw on round 1 of Oasis for this second time that we're seeing it, to see Quinnipiac come back in full force.
Zook on the low ground with the Ryan. Hook comes out early, getting Harmonics, but a great coverage shield from the Zarya. Taking down one for both sides. Matt trying to unload damage as the Mayhem actually gets some great damage onto Ties. The switch over on the point. The rotation comes through by Quinnipiac, and Broccoli giving some great assistance with Grub to shut down the last few members of Marist.
This is what Quinnipiac University's comp does really well. Chunks down shields, chunks down health on heroes, and then gets them to the point where every single member of Quinnipiac can turn and focus fire. Now, Quinnipiac has control of this point, and they're about to meet the percentage that Marist College had.
25% and climbing. Coalescence leading in by... Oh, beautiful shatter, though, by Zook as the grab tries to return the opportunity of completing this fight in favor of Marist. But despite the ultimates used, you will see a great response from Quinnipiac collapsing onto those ultimates and taking advantage of Marist.
I love the way that Quinnipiac has decided to position themselves. Look at Goo, waiting in the wings in order to take out Default. But Default switched things up now, and not going to be as squishy of a hero or as easy of a target anymore being on the Reaper. You could just Wraith form away from these Roadhog hooks, but you know, it just gets stuck in a trap.
Yeah, the trap's going to give some visibility as he just tries to get chased by the Riptire. Nice shield coverage, though, by Face on the front to keep the Ryan alive as the Whole Hog finds a flanking position once again. The sound barrier trying to survive. Grub with the triple and looking to just completely remove every other member. You see that jump off the edge from Marist to say, I'm not even going to give any more ult charge here, friends.
Now we're in last fight territory too, so you might not have been able to give up too much ultimate charge, but Quinnipiac just utilized the Earthshatter as a defensive mechanism 2 fights ago, as Zook already has the Earthshatter back for this next fight, where what kind of tools does Marist College have yet? Oh, they just gotta get picks.
And now you've got Grub following up immediately after, both with Matt and Grub dominating on the front side. The overtime commences, but this is heavily in favor of Quinnipiac, and we were saying it earlier, the Roadhog grouping was critical to survive through this, and a flank, when necessary, allows this to go into a third map of Oasis. We are going the mile, friends.
We really are going the distance. Both of these teams are so evenly matched that this is just a repeat of the history that we saw the first time we got a chance to see Oasis. Marist taking one, Quinnipiac taking one, and it all comes down to this to see who's going to move on to the grand finals.
It's so exciting, and I'm hoping that this intensity continues through the remainder of the day, because we have so much more ahead, and we are going to see between Quinnipiac and Marist who continues to move forward, as this last city center map has it all on the line. And I'm curious to see if Default is going to stick with this McCree, because the Reaper play really didn't yield much value in that Gardens map.
Well, unfortunately, there wasn't too much value to be had, because Quinnipiac was just making sure to deny the value that Default was getting on the heroes, whether it was McCree or the Reaper. So you just have to make sure that you stick together as a team so that you don't get caught off guard, because Goo is hunting down Default right now.
And Goo still keeping some distance from the team again, has to play this carefully, does not want to get caught out. The high ground still being maintained by Marist, waiting to drop once the control point does become active, contesting and rotating around. Nice job, but Matt, along with Goo, flanking around the backside, hoping to get some value. Default unable to be picked off here by Goo, which we've seen the time before, and that damage is going to continue and force back Quinnipiac, as Zook has a long way to charge back in this.
Yeah, this is going to be a first take by Marist College. I really want to shout out the supports here from Marist. They have been doing so much work in order to keep this team healthy. It's not just the DPS that are popping off, but the fact is that Vocal and Ohm are doing fantastic jobs on the Moira and the Lucio respectively. Those are not easy heroes, especially with how much skill, like how just the high the skill ceiling goes for something like a Lucio, and I just want to give them a lot of credit here.
Now moving in, you've got Matt taking that high ground position with the concussion mine. Double kill from Default, though, in the rotation on the back line, looking for the Moira and the Lucio, but can't seem to get the pick. But the fact that you have Default forcing the supports away, no one is left to be healed on the front.
Yeah. This is a tough spot. This is really where the high ground becomes the most important. It's like kind of we've worked our way up to this point. And how is Quinnipiac going to be able to approach this? They're going to have to take a very similar approach to what Marist College did when they saw themselves in this position when it was reversed. And Quinnipiac is just going to have to try to get default off of this high ground. There's just too many angles, and here's that rotation coming through.
And you've got default now going to drop from the high ground, not going to want to compete. The Blizzard comes through, a collapse here in the back as you have the Coalescence as well, and what a significant amount of damage and coordination to now bring this to a final fight as that team kill bell rings once again.
Final fight. And there's a Graviton Surge and an Earthshatter online and waiting for Marist College with a Sound Barrier and a Deadeye soon to follow. That might just be everything that Marist College needs to take this from 0 to 100 and be our first grand finalist.
Oh, hook onto Harmonix is an opening, but the fact that Default still gets the double is very critical. Now the triple. Default weighing the... Oh, but the Riptire manages to shut it down, so this is still an opportunity to try and rotate back onto the point here for Quinnipiac. They are at a 0% to 99 here as the numbers advantage are still in favor of Marist. That Sound Barrier will allow a lot of fortification to survive through this damage as the rest of Quinnipiac rush to this point. Deadeye from Grub trying to find a pick around that center building. Can't manage to get the value as the Earthshatter from Zook comes in the back. Deadeye at least getting one onto the Lucio around the corner. The overtime commences. Default on the Tracer now in desperation to prevent this from being taken back as the numbers advantage go in favor of Quinnipiac. And they will look to try and take this down, but the May from Harmonix still competing. Grub cleaning up, and this could be a switch over and finally manages to, once you do have the May brought off the point.
Huge switch over here. Now Quinnipiac has their work cut out for them, though. They have to go 0 to 100, just like Marist College was almost able to do. Broccoli, though, smartly holding onto the Sound Barrier, tracking the fact that Harmonix is going to have the Blizzard online, and there's also going to be a Coalescence, so that Sound Barrier is going to have to hit very hard in this next fight in order to keep Quinnipiac University in this one.
Face Misk just really waiting to get some charge here from those barriers before pressing forward again. Harmonix has that win condition Blizzard and needs to be ready for it to be, but Broccoli has to respond. Matt funneling a lot of damage into that doorway as a hook comes out early onto the Lucio, and that is not what Marist wants.
That's not what they want at all. This is going to make this fight for Marist really tough, but it looks like they're still going to commit.
Yeah, and you have Goo flanking from behind. The Coalescence going to be active, and the Blizzard for this fight. The barrier brought out again by Face Mist to keep ties alive. Default goes down by Grub. The Cowboy beat Cowboy in favor of Quinnipiac. And you have Goo just forcing back the remaining members, and now the shoe is on the other foot, and Marist is in final fight territory.
If Marist College can get back fast enough, we might be able to see a second fight here, but as it stands, the way that the staggers happened, this might very well be the final fight. Graviton Surge versus what Quinnipiac has, and the Riptire, the Whole Hog. There's so many ultimates online. The ultimate economy is definitely in Quinnipiac's favor.
The hook comes through. There's the pick by Matt, managing to get the support out of the fight as the Riptire comes over the wall. Doesn't get much value as Default gets the pick. Hook on the front line again by Goo as Face Mist throws the grab out near the projectile. The boot gonna come out, but you will have Marist able to get the massive amount of kills. It's only going to be Zook, and Matt forcing to this Doomfist has to get back with this respawn. Last few seconds as you have Goo now going to the Wrecking Ball to try and touch this point.
You gotta be able to touch this point. Doofus is gonna be able to get there, but there is a Deadeye waiting for the rest of the members of Quinnipiac University. They weren't able to use their ultimates here, and it's just gonna be stalls coming through.
Lucio rounding the inner side as the High Noon comes out with the Coalescence by Savage. This is still a tall order, but the fact that the Lucio is rounding the middle manages to buy at least enough time for a potential regroup with a solid 6 as the Earthshatter with the Blizzard going to stack up here for Marist over Quinnipiac as the overtime starts to go in favor of Marist. The Wrecking Ball rounding the center. The Doomfist by Matt hoping to try and pray that they can manage to get through this. They are not wanting to leave this semifinals. They want to move into the grand finals, but it will not happen. Marist managing to shut them out with a reverse sweep in this best of 5 and enter into the grand finals.
What an exciting match between these two teams. The fact is, Quinnipiac looked so solid at the very beginning of the set, but Marist was able to turn everything around. The reverse sweep came through, and it was such a fantastic match to watch.
I mean, let's even just look at that clean fight here with face misk on that Zarya. The grab going to come out cleaning up. But honestly, through this first match in the semifinals, you have to commend both of these teams giving it their all and bringing us quite a match to watch. What an absolutely stellar fight between these two, and it's only going to get better, friends. I mean, Necra, is this what we want? This is what we want, I think.
This is what we want. We want a full, good day of Overwatch, and the first two teams we got a chance to see already kicked it off so well.
And with that match being completed, we do have the next coming up between, it is going to be Siena versus St. Peter's. And we do have a slight break here coming up, so those two teams can be organized and enter into their semifinal best of 5. And before we go, we do want to give some serious shout out and thanks. The MAAC would like to take this opportunity to thank its partner, New Jersey Army National Guard, whose members are fighting on the front lines in this battle against COVID-19. The MAAC thanks you for your service and your partnership and truly appreciate all of those out there. So don't go anywhere, friends. We have more Overwatch to come in the semifinals to see who will be competing against Marist in this grand finals.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Family in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great, just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
To be a Catholic Jesuit university means we are charged with this education for justice.
Students are leaving here with the skill set, the critical thinking, all of these areas which allow them to be flexible leaders.
We're told to go out and set the world on fire, and we're given the tools to do that.
Expansiveness, adaptability, and depth are hallmarks of the education that you get here. If we do that, we produce graduates that stand apart from anybody else.
What is up, everybody? We are back here from that lovely short break as we are actually able to speak to one of the amazing captain members, Harmonix from Marist. And again, this post-game interview is powered by Acer Predator. Let's just talk about this last series that we just had here. I mean, Necra, that was absolutely exciting. We are so grateful to have you here, Harmonix. How is your team feeling going into this and now entering into the grand finals?
Team is ecstatic. We've been working so hard for this, so we're really ready to take it all.
I mean, with how this was playing, it was intense from start to finish. This was not just a quick turnover 3-0 type of match. And what helped you as your team persevere after losing the first 2 matches and completely reversing this, taking the last 3?
After losing the first 2, we realized our mistakes for sure, and we talked about it and just got back into the right mental state and fixed up our mistakes, capitalized, communicated, and just worked together as a team.
What do you feel like was giving you the biggest trouble for Quinnipiac University?
Definitely say that the flankers and just coming in unexpectedly was just a surprise for us, and we didn't really handle it too well at first, but definitely in the end we got a hold of it.
And it was a beautiful job, well done. And now going into, the grand finals, you're still waiting to see who your opponent is. What kind of things are you going to bring from this best of 5 into that grand finals to help continue this type of coordination and momentum? What do you think that you can take from just this recent game and apply it to the next one?
We're going to keep up the aggression, keep up the comms, and just work together as we have been, even better now. And yeah, that's how we're going to take it.
it seemed like you guys had phenomenal communication. So can you give us some insight onto what that looks like for your team?
For us, so we have our tanks mainly taking the lead on that. So Taze and Face Mist taking up the lead for shot calling, target calling, and they do really well on that. And then in the background, we have the supports calling who they're on, healing, who they're nading, what they're doing, and all around, everyone's just communicating what they're doing, but still focusing on the main calls from the tanks.
Fantastic to hear it. And again, we do greatly appreciate your time, Harmonix. We know we'll allow you to get a little bit of a break just before going into this grand finals. Again, the captain here with us live today from Marist, going into the grand finals with this interview, again, being powered by Acer Predator. We thank you so very much for your time, Harmonix, as well, like I said, let you go back to your team, continue to celebrate, but then bring yourselves into that competitive mode to try and take this grand finals.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, my friend. And we'll be back in just a moment, friends, so we can bring you the next game between Siena and St. Peter's.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Family in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great, just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
Hello, everyone, as we start to get this second semifinals match underway. We have already seen literally every map possible being played from the first one between the two teams, going all three of Control, every map in the set of 5, plus the third in the last control point on Oasis. And we're going to actually get to see Oasis again. I am your caster here, Rich Red, with the lovely Necra. And Necra, we're just going to be living in Oasis at this point.
Living the dream, Rich. Living the dream. Oasis is the dream here. Before we get a chance to go into the match, let's take a quick break to review the bracket. This bracket preview is powered by Acer Predator, the official computer brand of MAAC Esports, and the Electronic Gaming Federation. We just had a fantastic semifinal between Marist and Quinnipiac. As you mentioned, 5 maps. Definitely all bets were off in that match, and now we've got St. Peter's versus Siena, and Oasis going to be the map of choice here.
And we're going to lead on the map of University. Once again, here as you will have Siena College on that blue side, as we see St. Peter's on the right for red. Curious to see what kind of compositions we are going to look at. And if we just take a quick notation of what we had prior. Again, it was the map of Ilios on Monday for Siena, but we did see some 76 coming out by Real. We also did have an Ash play as well for the DPS lineup, and some Junk Reaper and McCree play. So a nice wide variety, a little similar to what we saw earlier, but still some differences with that 76, most specifically.
That's kind of what we expect to see, though, you know, especially in this specific meta when Echo's not necessarily available yet. You're still relying on older strategies in order to make those moves. So you've got the Reinhardt and the Zarya composition, especially when you're going to be on such a brawling map that doesn't really have too much high ground to take advantage of. I expect to see a lot of Reinhardt here as well, or a little bit more Death Ball. But interestingly enough, it's the DPS choices that I'm looking at for this one. Getting an Ashe coming out from Real Madru. We also have Happy on the McCree. And then there's something that I don't think is going to appreciate seeing that McCree.
Yeah, I'm curious if Nacho's is really going to stick with this, and it actually looks like it will come out, and this pharmacy composition, which we've not really seen at all, is going into this double hit scan and going to be extremely difficult to try and take advantage of.
Yeah, but Oasis is definitely the map for it.
As you do have the Ryan play up front coming out with St. Peter's leading the charge, hoping to try and block and gain positioning on this point. Nice flash bang to drop the shield, with Ricardo getting a the DMAC and a follow-up onto Liana, forcing that support line back since there is so much damage. Nacho's giving room to rain rockets, and that is a nice early pickup here by St. Peter's.
The way that Nachos is playing this Pharah is really mitigating the ability for these hit scan heroes on Siena College to hit their mark onto the Pharah. And Real Madru is actually going to be taking a switch here. Doesn't want to play the Ashe in the face of this Pharah, potentially playing the Soldier 76 in order to get that hit scan a little bit more accurate onto this Pharah, but the staggers are real.
Now Nacho's already having the rocket barrage, looking to see if there's an opportunity to use it early. The reposition here from Siena has to be strategic. Going around the outside, rockets overhead, nice shielding as well, taking down 2, almost gets the 3rd, but that is going to be Pavega getting the kill as the pressure from St. Peter's continues moving forward with the bell toll again, and Siena having to wait for all spawns to come back.
And all St. Peter's needed was the Pharah barrage. They have so many tools left, and they're going to be cycling through these ultimates really effectively if they can continue to get quick picks with this Pharah that's in the skies. Got to be really careful, though, because Happy on Siena College does have the Deadeye, and that's going to be able to hit hard onto this Pharah.
Aced on the front, mitigating some damage. The kinetic grasp is being held to just peek the corner here. With now the Earth Shatter being dropped, knocking down 3. A Sleep Dart on the way of the charge as an even exchange of Deadeyes comes out. Both supports being lost on sides with 80% climbing for St. Peter's. You have Siena needing to press on to try and compete, but there are already a few down in this fight as Rez along with Nachos continue to pick off Siena College. Rockets raining once again from Nachos in the doorway, allowing this to be a 5% remaining opportunity for anybody from Siena to touch.
I don't think anyone's going to be able to get there. I think this is just going to be wrapped up on lock for St. Peter's.
I mean, this is quite a dominant nature here from St. Peter's. They've been sitting and waiting for this moment in the semifinals to demonstrate their worth and are doing a very great job of it on this first map of Oasis.
Oasis is Pharah's playground. This is, if you want to play a Pharah-centric strategy, this is definitely the map to do it on, and I don't think we're going to see too many switches come out here from St. Peter's University, but based on the performance from Siena College, I do expect that we're going to see a few switches there as well. Oddly enough, Liana, who was playing mostly Mercy in our match on Monday, is actually going to be switching over to the Moira, maybe getting a little bit more benefit coming out from things like Coalescence and those damaged orbs.
As you have Pavega quickly charging up to the point to make sure that there is point presence before the opponent. Siena going to play a little bit slow in this, looking to rotate around the outside, trying to find an opportunity to engage on this point presence. Once again, already claimed early by St. Peter's for that control point to become active. And aced with this Diva, really just trying to mitigate some of those shots in the back with the rockets, but can't really find too much of a chance as the control point will become active in a moment.
Active now, and this is where Siena College needs to make a move, but it's going to be so hard to do that when they still don't have 6.
Nachos moving through the archway. Pin going to come through in the back, though, by Royal. Can there be a follow-up onto Pavega? It's going to be really difficult. Siena being very spread out here on multiple different positions, and I think this is an opportunity for St. Peter's to really just pick off those independent members, and it is a very well-coordinated and communicated play that St. Peter's is able to take down Siena on that split push.
That was definitely a split push for Siena College, and that's something that I don't think they're going to be able to thrive in, not when we just saw the result of that first time where St. Peter's was really able to make note of how to deal with each member of Siena College. Look at how much damage each member of Siena is actually taking on the income here. They can't even touch point fully healed. It's going to be a really big problem to deal with this Pharah.
Royal trying to charge from the side to pin Pavega, but can't manage to get anything out of it. Has to regroup with the team. 50% marker already for St. Peter's claimed, and these ultimates stacking up for Siena are also going into almost a full 6, with the Coalescence leading in here by Sellouts. Rocket's going to be rained overhead, getting a lot of value. The Coalescence as well being played. Nice cleanup here by St. Peter's, and a Coalescence really not going to do too much for Siena.
No, not when they don't have the tanks to be able to actually make some space for the rest of the team. They're going to have to wait for those tanks to become active again, but that's exactly what St. Peter's is doing well, focusing down those shields.
76 with the tactical visor in the back. Happy getting one. Flashbang going to stop it, getting far too close to that front line, wanting to find some decent picks on the supports, but now with the 15% remaining, this is a tall order for Siena College to even get to this point.
Yeah, they're going to have to make some moves here, but the fact that they don't have their Mercy in tow means that this might be that window of opportunity that Siena College was looking for. Having the Amplification Matrix online, that could be a lot of damage for St. Peter's to deal with.
Real in the back, trying to get the high noon onto someone, can't manage to do so with this multitude of ultimates coming out from St. Peter's, gaining a lot of value with Sellouts. Coalescence to apply pressure forward, surviving through it. The Battle Mercy from Min Min, cleaning up with Ricardo on the McCree, and that is going to be map 1 here, going swiftly in favor of St. Peter's.
Siena College looked so strong on Monday, and as we mentioned on the broadcast, St. Peter's was always going to be a tough opponent. I'm just trying to kind of look at how Siena College responds to this style of play that St. Peter's has decided to go with.
Well, and the part that we have to acknowledge is that in this map, you had on Monday Siena playing against a team where they did show a lot of dominance, 3-0 in their score. And now at this point, they're starting to come against somebody who might be really testing their power level or their skill level here. And I think coming into this, now that this first map has gone heavily in favor of St. Peter's, so Siena's going to have to acknowledge, all right, we really have to, pick up our bootstraps and try and make sure that we go into this next map with some real fire to try and show that St. Peter's, that we're worthy of being here.
It didn't seem like the communication was there. Communication, when we talked to Griefer King, was something that was a very big strong suit for the team. And it just seemed like the way that St. Peter's University was playing was really making it difficult for Siena College to find their footing and find their traction. And it comes down to maybe just being caught off guard in terms of the communication that they had.
And we're hoping that they'll be able to coordinate themselves going into this next map, which again is a selection from Escort. You will have Siena College selecting it first, but before we see what that selection is, we're going to go to our brief commercial break and allowing these teams to make that decision. And we'll be back in just a moment, friends.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great, just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer, unquestionably good.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Family in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
How do you move the world? Begin with an education that combines a life of the mind with a life of service. Add a campus whose proximity to New York City makes it a global gateway. Include more than 60 degree programs and countless internship opportunities. Mix in a brand new Institute for Entrepreneurship and top it off with over 80 clubs and a Division I sports program. So how do you move the world? Start at Iona College.
Welcome back, friends, as we're here going into another map of Havana. We saw this earlier where a very dominant strategy worked out with the prior teams playing. Now we'll be curious to see if it's going to happen again right by that lovely gas station. Again, I am your caster, Rich Red, here with Necra. And Necra, it looks like we're going to have Siena College on the attack first with St. Peter's starting out on the defense.
When we saw the strategy last time on Havana, which is the first series of the day, it was a very, very close hold coming in from Marist College, which ended up buying off a significant amount of time on the clock. If St. Peter's University on the defense decides to go with a similar type of strategy, Siena College is going to really have to communicate and work together in order to break through that kind of defense. But we'll at least kind of take a look at the composition that St. Peter's University wants to run on the defense, which is going to be more of the Reinhardt, the Zarya, and in this case, we actually have Nachos playing the Ashe this time, so lots of long-range damage for these high grounds on this first point.
And if we just kind of revisit too on Monday, we did see, again, we didn't really see too much of it this attempt coming out by Siena with that 76 and, you know, the Junkrat opportunity and combination. So I'm curious to see how they come out here. They've already hovered over the Bastion, which, you know, we've seen this type of strategy where the pirate ship still can prevail. But I think with this type of play that St. Peter's has been bringing out, it'd be a very risky chance to try and push onto this payload. But it could be that Happy is feeling confident to do so.
I think if there's any team that can do it, it's going to be Siena College that can pull off this strategy. Did you not see how dominant their Symmetra strategy on Hanamura was on Monday? This is definitely the map to do this, and this is the team to do it as well.
Very true, as you have this corner needing to be critical. How will Pavega play with that shield generated by Rez from the Zarya? The Bastion has to play strategically to not get picked up from that high ground. The back DPS from both Ricardo and from Nachos doing a very good job of getting damage onto those shields to try and prevent that protection for the Bastion of Happy. With that rotation around the payload doing very well, Rez manages to get one onto Ace. That's where this starts to crumble, and it was still a great push up to this point, but that corner is going to be a challenge now with this composition.
It's going to be such a challenge because where the St. Peter's University composition shines is having these long pathways, long straight pathways to just dish out damage before the team can even reach the point. So Siena College is going to have to rotate through these shields really effectively in terms of Royalty's Reinhardt barrier as well as the deployable barrier coming out from Ace's Orisa shield just to be able to touch this card.
As this tank line from Siena moves slowly but surely up to this, the Earth Shatter comes out from the side, almost managing, but a beautiful Immortality field from Siena to try and withstand this, but Pavega just aggressing forward. The damage boost by Min Min supporting that front line will cause another reset here as Nacho still maintains the back position on that balcony and waits for another attempt, as there's some decent ultimate economy starting to come up on Siena, though, to try and compete.
Min Min and Sellout Squad are doing a fantastic job of supporting Pavega's style of play, which is that hyper-aggressive Reinhardt that I think everybody loves to be able to watch. But here comes the Coalescence.
Now, with a lot of damage, you've got the Immortality field. Once again, the support play being very critical here to try and get that chance to survive through the damage. You have Happy still alive with that Mercy piggybacking as Ricardo finds one onto Ace. Now a second. As a minute and 44 seconds remain, Real Madru in the back trying to give some assistance with that Maywall to separate the team. Nacho's going to flank around, and that will be an opportunity to clean up once again here. But these supports are still doing a stellar job on Siena to try and keep these fights lasting.
Absolutely. Siena College wouldn't be making it as far as they do in terms of being able to fight near the cart if they didn't have the tanks making sure they were taking care of the team, as well as the supports keeping up the front line. And also St. Peter's really respecting that style of play and respecting this team, giving them some space to be able to work with.
Now Pavega in a flanking position finds the Earth Shatter. A collapse comes through, and that is just unfortunately a misplay, not seeing where Pavega was located. But again, the fight happens so swiftly. This does give another attempt here for Siena College to get back to this payload.
And they have so many ultimates to be able to work with on this next one, so I'd love to see a rotation, focus on those barriers first, but then rotate through the Earth Shatter, get the Supercharger to maybe help out with some of that barrier reduction, and also the Amplification Matrix. There's so much power that can come out from Siena College on this next fight.
Royal moving up once again with Ace right behind, close in tandem. The Hulk's gonna pull multiple members together as the Junkrat here from the side. An Earth Shatter comes through, knocking down Rez, but the Valkyrie is forced by Min Min to try and support through this. The Deadeye by Ricardo finding a lot here on the back. Nachos as well. You have at least this Amplification Matrix coming down, but there are not too many behind it to try and put out damage. The stagger comes through 10 seconds. Is there going to be enough for Siena to even try and approach this payload to contest on this last few seconds?
Ooh, Moira tried. Moira is so close, but that's where the cart stops.
Yep, round one completed here at 43.1 meters for Siena, and now St. Peter's will have an attempt of their own to try and push this payload just enough to get to that golden box of victory for this map of Havana.
Initiating match.
Now as we do...
Oh, I was gonna say there is still a very formidable push there coming out from Siena College, but the defense for St. Peter's University was just so strong.
And I'm really curious to see how Siena is going to play this. We made a comment last time where when we saw the map of Havana change over and who claimed the victory, Siena is going to need to try and play very far forward to hopefully try and make second contest. But the problem is look at how close this golden box is. It's just such a risky play to try and play too far forward to lose that fight and to have a second attempt, or to try and play more reserved to get a solid hold for the time bank.
I think you have to hold close and hope that you do enough in terms of whittling away at the time bank in order to have a second attempt. I think that's just the play that has to be made here. But it all really depends on what Siena College decides to go with on their defense. With the tank choice that they have, I would have expected them to hold a little bit closer because the D.Va could do a lot of damage mitigation. But they do have Real Madru on the Ashe and Happy on the McCree, and these are really great heroes to kind of hit from the long range, but Nachos
getting a quick, swift, and early pick in the back line on that hit scan as you have St. Peter's now with the numbers advantage. But again, it happens so early, you will be able to get that regroup of all 6 for Siena. This Ace has to fall back here on this D.Va, mitigating the damage with the defense matrix as Nachos really just tries to get a shot here amongst these shields.
Now the shields are doing a phenomenal job here. Royalty just making sure that these members of their team can stay alive on Siena College, but
oh, with the Immortality Field now fading, Paviga is going to now get the pressure forward. Nachos gets another onto the support. King goes down with a res attempting to get that tank line back up. 3 minutes and 15 seconds, a tall order here to try and hold and defend. Siena rotating around, hoping to get that kill onto Paviga, having a difficult time doing so, but the dynamite damage from the Ashe play on Real is being quite significant as Happy gets a Deadeye, but now with the Earth Shatter following up by Nachos and the res to make it a full 6 in this contest will allow this checkpoint to be reached, claiming this map on Havana as St. Peter's takes the second map in the best of 5.
Match point now for St. Peter's University versus Siena College.
Let's take a look at it. Nachos here with that play of the game. On the high ground, going to most likely just be dishing out so much damage. And honestly, it's been really exciting to see just an Ashe play in general coming out in this, playoff.
Yeah.
Because he's such a great character, especially with the usage of Bob recently trying to zone off certain segments of the map. And it really just speaks volumes to utilize that going into these matches.
Excellent. Yeah, and something that I will say, though, about how impactful the DPS have been, it's really been because of the supports. Min Min for St. Peter's University, Liana for Siena College, both playing the Mercy. They just are able to dish out so much extra damage with having the damage boost, and also just having the res online has been really powerful for both teams.
Well, and even with King playing that Baptiste, just constant rotations of the Immortality Field to allow Siena to stick in the fight longer than I think they might have anticipated has been really, really strategic to try and still bring a incredible fight to St. Peter's. But we will allow a break to come and maybe give enough time here to Siena to regroup, pull the same thing that we just saw moments ago with a reverse sweep against St. Peter's, and it is going to be an assault map, and we'll look to see what that choice is. We'll go to a brief break, so don't go anywhere, friends. Maybe just get a light, quick refreshment, because we've got this third match coming up in just a moment.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Family in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great, just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
Rise and shine, people. It's your perfect day. A chance to find inspiration and prepare for the future. To build lasting relationships and push the limit harder than before. This is your today, and it couldn't be more perfect. Until tomorrow, when it happens again.
Manhattan College has been shaping the greatest city in the world since 1853. But what you'll find here might surprise you. It's a small campus in a big city. It's where strong values meet open minds, knowledge becomes innovation, and changed lives become unbreakable bonds. Because when you welcome different perspectives, you rise above the expected, and the world follows. That's the Manhattan experience.
When you come to Niagara University, you don't just evolve academically. My transformation here has been huge. I'm serving others now, and it's really helped me see my purpose. Niagara University really helped bring out that side of me.
We are St. Peter's University, a place where students who are eager to learn are taught by people who care, on a campus designed for both to thrive. We're proud to offer incredible learning opportunities and life-changing experiences, and that means our students are prepared to succeed in their fields, in their communities, and all over the world. Get to know St. Peter's University, the Jesuit University of New Jersey.
And get back to you by chance about the time start? If not, that's fine. Yeah. Welcome back. We're here on map 3. I am your caster, Rich Rad, here with Necra as we are about to go into the map of Hanamura. And Necra, can we see Siena get this reverse sweep? What will they have to do that you can surmise that would help them enter into this map?
Well, I'm really excited about Hanamura for Siena College because this is where we got a chance to really see some expert strategies come out from them. They took that point so fast with their Symmetra strat, especially with Happy playing that Symmetra in their game on Monday, that it's possible.
Oh, I mean, let's look at the game just prior. We've seen an entire reverse sweep come through. And like you said, some of the composition around that Symmetra relied a lot on a, half divey type composition. I mean, you've got a Diva and a Winston that is very confidently played by Ace, which we saw on Monday, which was very synergistic with Royal Light on this Reinhardt, which has been consistent through pretty much all of the matches so far, as we were just waiting for these two teams to get ready. And again, one of the things that I'm curious to see is St. Peter's response to this type of Symmetra play and how they can maybe compete against it if you see Siena play it with such fruition.
Well, what we saw in our first Hanamura map of the day was the response of a Symmetra of their own. And it ended up being really beneficial for the defending team because it allowed pieces of the defense to come back before they were able to actually capture the full point on the attack. So I'm super interested to see whether or not that is going to be the case here on Hanamura, especially because there is a VOD of Siena College utilizing the Symmetra strategy, and they are going to be on the attack.
So for this defensive side of St. Peter's, as we do give them a few moments, I would not be surprised again to see the Reinhardt play by Paviga. Again, very well dominant play, having some strat hidden in the corner with some earth shatters on the map of Hanamura or Havana. So now going into Hanamura here, I'm curious how they'll play that initial doorway where the choke point is and manage that upper window. As I said, you will see that Reinhardt coming out, but Ricardo's actually going to go more towards this May selection for a DPS lineup.
I really like that choice as well. So you don't always have to hit back with the same type of heroes in a mirror composition. What I really like about this meta call from St. Peter's University is that the May is just one of those signature heroes for this map. That wall spans the entire distance of the choke and also does a great job of segmenting off members, especially if you see a member of the team from Siena College like Ace or Royalty just get too far ahead of the team.
And as we have these few seconds remaining, Happy going to be the MVP to teleport Siena up to that upper pagoda and hopefully get a swift rotation onto St. Peter's as St. Peter's holds this door with strength.
Viga leading the charge on that one.
And you see now that patient play, the shield going to cover the teleporter, most all going through, finally moving in, but you do have Happy instantly taken down here. I think it's because there was some slight separation between that teleporter entering in on it, the turrets, the sentries trying to do some return damage here, but because of that early pick onto Happy with that slow transition through the teleporter, it made it really difficult.
Wasn't even just that though, it was a huge reaction from Min to be able to set up the immortality field so that as soon as we saw Ace and half of the team end up running in, the immortality field was up and ready as a response.
Happy now maybe gonna look to potentially use this teleporter to get onto that high ground versus going immediately to the point. Could be an opportunity of just kind of changing up their strategy here.
Yeah, change up the strategy just a little bit. I think that you're right about the team being a little bit segmented on Siena College, but they're also taking a lot of damage before they reach this point.
Yes, indeed. Now as they push forward, the High Noon comes out overhead by Nachos, doesn't get the pick. The Immortality Field has already been expended here from St. Peter's, but Nachos and Ricardo working in tandem once again. This DPS lineup finding some massive value onto Siena College with a nice regroup, not going to sacrifice any more members for those tank line to come back up.
Siena College does have a really good engagement tool. Liana has that Valkyrie ready to go. So that's definitely something to look at here as Royalty is actually going to switch to the Roadhog. I'm really interested to see that choice just because it really could do a lot to disrupt how St. Peter's University is playing, especially if you can get that hook behind that shield.
Yeah, even just the shield, or also potentially finding somebody as they go into the teleport to bring Nachos or that Baptiste down to the fight. Blizzard coming through along with the Coalescence going to be activated. Sellout Squad doing so much to Ace on the front side and going to chase after through the doorway. Ultimate has been used here, multiple here for St. Peter's, but you saw patient play by Siena to go into this next fight.
Very patient play from Siena College. They are waiting to make sure that they have a team of 6 ready to go. And no, they're also waiting for the hook.
Oh, that Immortality Field on the front going to give some survival from St. Peter's with that Baptiste throwing it out. But again, now the High Noon trying to see if King can find one. Does get Ricardo. That's an opportunity to move in, so no more crown control, at least from that May. Happy on the front does get taken down again. Salot to respond with Ace throwing down the Earthshatter, and Nachos finding an opportunity on that back line once again, picking off 2 as just over 60 seconds remain. And now you have to rely on this Photon Barrier to do work.
The Photon Barrier could be enough, though. A lot of the abilities that St. Peter's University has from the champions that they have are going to be disrupted by the Photon Barrier. You can't really utilize the Flashbang anymore. The Freeze is going to get stopped as well if it's placed correctly. So Siena College might be able to do this one against what St. Peter's University is packing.
Ace pressing forward to the side, maybe going to try and look for that high ground position and going to abandon it and take that low position with a flank now around that upper position. So you've got Royal Light taking that hog into the back, trying to find a one-pick potential onto Nachos, just misses. The Photon Barrier comes through again. You've got the entire team of St. Peter's respecting that barrier as the Amplification Matrix hopefully going to be arriving soon by King. Royal nearing the whole hog, but going to come up short as the the grab going to pull multiple members of Siena together. The res by Liana, so risky in the back, does follow through onto Real, but now the stagger is going to continue. Ace attempting to get onto this wrecking ball to keep it into the overtime. Nobody able to do so, and that will be St. Peter's with a full hold here on this first round of Hanamura.
Full hold means that St. Peter's University on the flip side is only going to have to capture 1/3 of this point in order to take the map and take the series. I don't know if Siena College goes for trying to throw the kitchen sink at this with just a surprise composition.
It would not be something unorthodox, because if you maybe try and take something that's a little bit less original in what we see in the meta, it could throw off St. Peter's not knowing exactly how to play into a composition that isn't something that they've mainly scribbed against or have seen a lot in this, MAAC tournament as a whole. So that is a possibility here, and I'm really interested, like you said, to see. So we do have Siena on the defense, and we already have this Torbjorn going to be selected moving out. And again, the Torbjorn is a pretty optional decision because of that potential crossfire that the turret brings.
Absolutely. You can set up that turret in a variety of different places. Most notably, I expect that this turret might be placed up maybe on the top left high ground, on the opposite side of the pagoda. I would really like to see a turret placed there because it's very difficult for a lot of teams to be able to reach that point and take that turret down. But another great place would just be kind of making sure that you just set up a crossfire at all, and hope that that's enough.
And with these 5 seconds remaining, you do have some interesting selections as well coming out from St. Peter's. Will Nachos stick to the Torbjorn as well? And it is going to be a Swede versus Swede, as these Torbs will look to try and get a lot of turret damage going on to this point.
A lot of turret damage, but the turret ends up being a little bit better going in for the defense, but unfortunately, Ace gets taken down a little early.
Yes, trying to defend some of that incoming damage and rotate, and that aggression, unfortunately, is not favoring that fight, and you now have St. Peter's moving in so swiftly onto this, making quick work of that early takedown onto Ace. Ace hoping to get back with this Diva. The high mobility is there with those rocket boosters to try and compete, and surprisingly, you do see some opportunity to change this back, but Ricardo being completely fueled by both of these supports, just under that third of the way, as the tick will be obtained if this baby Diva gets picked off. And there it is, St. Peter's claiming all 3 maps in a row over Siena in the semifinals and going into the grand finals to compete against Marist.
That's going to be a very good matchup if you want to stay and watch that. I bet you're going to want to. Marist versus St. Peter's, the first and the second seed.
I mean, we're not surprised when it comes to something like that. You know, the 2 top dogs, the Titans, going head-to-head right now. But we do have to say that Marist did not claim that semifinal with ease, and this is going to be a really interesting match. Is St. Peter's ready to go against a team that just went through a grueling 5 maps, or will they feel comfortable now taking this 3-0? And as we go into our break, we do want to mention once more as well that the MAAC would also like to thank the technology partner Acer. Acer Predator computers and gear are the brand of choice for all MAAC esports competitions. Acer Predator, summon your strength, and let's see if these teams can summon enough strength to select and who will be able to persevere, claiming this grand finals at 8 p.m. tonight Eastern time. So come right back, friends. It's going to be great.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great, just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Enemy in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Hello, friends, as we are here bringing you a little bit more interview action. We are here and have the great opportunity of speaking to Nachos from St. Peter's University, where we've got this post-game interview powered by Acer Predator. And Nachos, we're glad to have you here. Thank you so very much for your time. I know we've got the grand finals coming up here in just a moment, where you are going to be competing against Marist. How are you feeling going into this grand finals after the match that you just had?
Well, I feel really
excited, first of all. I'm really proud of my teammates, how they're playing and coordinating. They always pull through. And, you know, they just set each other up for the you know, I don't know if you remember on, I think it was Havana, where our Ryan just came out of nowhere with that shatter from behind.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting it. But yeah, you know, just things like that, you know, making me proud of my team, making me excited, pumped to go into this next game here with Marist.
What about that coordination then? Talk us through what the communication looks like on the team.
So basically, like, we just want to know what each of our intentions are in terms of what role. So, for example, when we were playing that first map on Oasis, I was telling our Zarya to bubble me whenever I was going to feral, so I could survive, you know, any, you know, the team fight. So just things like that, you know, micromanaging each other and things like that, you know, help us.
And when it comes to, because again, we saw the Pharah play, and you're going into a double hit scan. You know, how do you allow yourself not to, when potentially going into an opponent like that where they may have the advantage? What kind of mindset do you put yourself in to allow that to not unhinge you and keep not only your composure but your team's as well?
Well, I mean, this is gonna sound a little bit weird, but I just get into the mentality that they're like the two worst hit scans I'm going against, so they're not gonna hit me no matter what. Like, I guess that gives me a little bit of like confidence to go in there. Like, but I know Pharah's limitations too, so it's not like I'm always in the air. I just, you know, most of the time, if it's against double DPS, I'll be playing on the ground just to be safe.
Yeah, I think I noticed that you were doing that on Oasis a little bit, especially when we were at university. You took a couple of shots on the ground, but you played a smattering of different heroes. What's your favorite hero to play for the team?
I think it would probably be McCree. I really like McCree. He's just like, I know he's really simple and lame, but I don't know. I just like pointing and clicking things.
Hey, you know, it's high noon somewhere in the world, and if you like it, it's not a bad thing to enjoy. But honestly, we don't want to take up more of your time. It is a great opportunity to have you here for this interview. Again, this was Nachos from St. Peter's going into the grand finals to be competing against Marist. Again, this interview has been brought to you by Powered by Acer. Nachos, thank you so very much for your time. Go get some celebration with your team before you're about to bring the action into this grand finals and see if you guys can take it all.
All right, dope, man. I appreciate it. You guys are a great cast. Take care.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And for all those still tuning in, like I said, 8 p.m. Eastern time, do not forget to come back and see this climactic end between these two titans. St. Peter's University versus Marist. We'll bring it to you very soon, friends.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great. Just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Family in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Everybody, we are here for the moment that matters most. We will see who will be crowned the #1 winner in the 2020 MAAC New Jersey Army National Guard Overwatch Championship. I am your caster here, Rich Rad, with Necra, and this has been what we've all waited for.
Yes, we have had some fantastic Overwatch all day, and I can't wait to crown the MAAC Esports Overwatch champion for 2020. It's going to be an absolute blast for the Grand Finals.
And for those that are coming in just recently for this Grand Finals, let's just take a quick look at that bracket, which again is brought to you and powered by Acer Predator, the official computer brand of the MAAC Esports and Electronic Gaming Federation. As you can see, the two final teams will be St. Peter's and Marist going in this best of 5.
When we took a look earlier, just for those of you that didn't get a chance to tune in, at 4 p.m. today, we started it off with a 5-map series of Marist versus Quinnipiac. Marist College ended up coming out on top of that one in a reverse sweep, which was extremely exciting. Followed by 6 p.m., we had St. Peter's versus Siena, where St. Peter's University ended up having a dominating performance. Now, I'm really interested to see how these two teams end up stacking up against each other, just because they were supposed to be close games all around.
They really are, and we got some information on a couple of the interviews, which you can see in the VOD in the future. Again, Harmonix talking about Marist's strategies and what they're looking to bring into this next map. Same thing with also our lovely Nachos, who came in as well to talk for St. Peter's University, and they're both absolutely ready for this matchup between each other. And Oasis is going to be the first map of Control. We are not ever leaving this map.
We are not ever going to leave this map. Every time we've seen a Control map today, it has been Oasis. And if there's any inclination that we can gather from what the teams were running on their runs on Oasis, I think that Marist College is going to end up sticking to a strategy of utilizing the McCree. They've got Emerald in instead of default for this very first map. But for St. Peter's University, Nachos was a phenomenal Pharah. That's going to be very difficult to beat.
It really is. And honestly, kind of like, feeding back to that discussion that Nacho said, really trying to just look at it, depending upon whatever kind of opponent you're going against, when you've got a double hit scan, just being really cognizant and aware of where your limits are and working in coordination with your team. And because these two have demonstrated over the matches today and in the past that they have been well organized, be able to adapt to their opponent, understand their strengths and weaknesses, this is truly going to be quite the battle between this #1 and #2 seed team.
I mean, #1 and #2, that's kind of what you expect to see going into the Grand Finals, especially when you take a look at how these teams were seeded. So I just can't wait to get into it, Rich. I just can't wait.
I really can't either. And again, so trying to go a little bit into this. Now, we know in Oasis that there were some strengths, specifically with Marist, looking to kind of play, that side flanking position. You had that opportunity with the Roadhog, managing to get some opportunities for an early push, also with that synergy as well. But with St. Peter's, they really played a lot more of a clustered game and managed corners a little bit more effectively. So I'm curious to see how those two different play styles are going to culminate in this final Control, or in this final match, first being Control.
Yeah, I mean, for the first map of Control, whenever you take a look at Control maps as a whole, in terms of the different layouts that we get a chance to play for Overwatch, this is where you really need to look at mechanical skill. It all comes down to who's getting picks and who isn't. So when I take a look at both of these teams, there's a lot of high pick potential based on the compositions that we got a chance to see. But Marist College really did struggle in their game, their first Oasis map that they played for their set, but they really took it back on that second one.
And to touch on that a little bit, again, you're looking at both of these teams, again, #1, #2 seed, but again, St. Peter's had a 3-0 match, whereas we had Marist going the distance. And honestly, I'm wondering how that's going to transition into comfort levels going into this last. That I'm curious if St. Peter's, to start this off, might feel that this fight is going to be a little underwhelming for them, and that could be an early opportunity for Marist to take this first Control map.
I just wonder whether or not St. Peter's University is going to go with their same strategy of the pharmacy composition on this indoor map of University. It worked out really well in their set, but is it going to work this time against Marist College?
I mean, only time will tell as we look to see what the potential compositions are. We get now some at least general information of what the composition will look like. Nacho's already hovering over it and having Min again on this Mercy. So there is a high likelihood to see it. And again, utilizing these types of walls, you made the comment before about how the structure and the architecture of this map is very favoring to the Pharah play, and seeing if it's going to outweigh that hit scan again coming out from Emerald.
Well, you talked about it during the interview with Nachos, that there's multiple different ways to play the Pharah. There's limitations to her, and Nachos very much understands those, where one of the limitations, especially on this more indoor map, is that there isn't really that high of a skybox to really play with, so sometimes you're going to be shooting those shots from the ground.
And as you see Marist getting onto this point first, trying to really harass back St. Peter's. Wall going to come up early to try and block anyone from getting onto this point. But Nacho's really utilizing those walls to the advantage, trying to find an opportunity of mitigating those hit scan shots by that McCree play. But Face going to get an early takedown onto Pavega, and that's going to be an early capture for Marist against St. Peter's.
I think a lot of that is because when you run a Pharah composition, where that's kind of the central point of your team, you have to play really, really patiently. With the Pharah, you have to get a pick first, and then move in with the front line. But that's not necessarily what happened, because it was the front line that ended up getting bullied. Marist College is really focusing on the ground game, and that's allowing them to take control of this point first.
I like this rotation, though, where you do have Nachos being covered by that window and not allowing the viewpoint to be open to the McCree play. The Coalescence going to be active here by Vokul with this Moira play. Rockets raining, but instantly taken down. The shield as well, causing a lot of problems here as Harmonix with this May really starts to apply pressure on the remaining members of St. Peter's, and at 40% are in a very good spot on this hold for the point.
I think there was just a little bit of a mix-up in strategy there from what we saw from prior Pharah barrages. I think the bubble just got a little bit misplaced. So that's kind of unfortunate there for them, but St. Peter's University now switching up a little bit of their composition, where Ricardo is going to actually go over to the Reaper, which is going to do a lot against the front line of Marist College, but Nacho's also going over to the Ash.
And it looks like there's actually going to be a pause requested here. There is some issues, I believe, with one of the members on St. Peter's, as we will allow this round to almost be completed, trying to see if that can come through. I believe they're being hesitant for it. I think there's, again, just some connection issues here, as it will be now some respect coming from the opposing side for these last few seconds. But, I mean, it looks like they're going to actually attempt it anyways, despite the respect coming through between both sides. Coalescence by Sell Out Squad, as Emerald manages to still get a pick here. Face on the front as Pavega. Unfortunately, that's going to most likely be a completion here, but we're going to, again, let that take just a brief moment to see what is going on, since the pause was requested here, as the overtime commences to switch it back.
Overtime's gonna commence. We're gonna see St. Peter's University take it back here, just to do a little bit of sportsmanship. I think they're going to Marist College is going to allow St. Peter's University to take control of 30% of the point, and then Marist College is going to, I think, come back in.
Yes, indeed. And again, here we're going to see exactly how that coordination goes. It looks like there is a potential request for the restart because of the technical difficulties. We're just trying to hash that out now, so we appreciate your patience, as we do want to confirm this again. This is the grand finals here, where we want to make sure that everything is fair between this #1 and #2 teams in this MAAC tournament right now. As at this point, let's just see if the Earthshatter is going to come through from the side. Give some action, at least in the meantime, until that decision does come through. You've got the sound barrier coming out from Marist, with the Coalescence as well, pulling multiple members together with Face on that Graviton, reducing the last few members here of St. Peter's. And you do have Marist looking to take this back with that 99%.
They had a lot of tools to utilize in that fight, so they basically just said, we're going to throw everything but the kitchen sink at you and take control of this point. So Marist College is going to get the first point of Oasis as we move into round 2.
And again, we're going to go ahead and let that move on. We will be keeping you updated as we do wait for that final decision for this map. And it looks like at least the next one here is going to be, coming out here into the city center, if we do continue this at the present moment. One of the things that would be interesting to kind of talk about is you did see the Nachos repeat play. And I think there's actually a discussion that we are actually playing it out. That's what we are confirming. Yes, from both teams, they have decided that they want to play this out despite the issue that had occurred. So as we go into the study center, we're going to now see already round 1 go in favor of Marist, while St. Peter's is going to now have to try and come back into this to see if they can bring it to a map 3 in Oasis.
Not too many switch-ups here, except Ricardo is opting to go for the McCree instead of Nachos, who we heard that was going to be their favorite hero for St. Peter's University. But it's going to be a pretty weird composition on both sides. Harmonix, though, is going to be playing the May for Marist.
Now the drop down comes out from Marist, looking to rotate around with Taze on the front, trying to get some aggression to... Oh, nice job with the follow-up here by Face. Getting the kill onto the front line. Tanks Emerald in the back. It does get taken down by Ricardo, but furthermore takes down Min Min in the slew of everything. As this fight continues to round the Inter-Center, just skirmish continuing and really drawing out this fight.
Drawing out the fight, but I feel like with that massive dynamite, this is all but going to be wrapped up here by St. Peter's University. Unfortunately, though, the coalescence coming out from Marist, that might be enough to put the pressure.
But Bob comes in return. Nice displacement here onto the Bob, so you have Marist able to regroup instead of taking a lot of extra damage on this, but could not get back onto the point before changing in favor of St. Peter's. Now, that climbing percent, you've got Sellout with the coalescence looking to hold on to it, but finally utilizing it since the health value got so low, as Taze on the front almost immediately deleted. The supports are there to help to hopefully get to that Earth Shatter, and a massive increase in health with that amp from OM on the back with the Lucio.
Huge amp, but here comes the Deadeye.
Now might be able to get some value, can't seem to follow through here. It is still Marist putting up a front against St. Peter's in this backline. Nachos trying to get some value on this Ashe, but it is not going to be enough. 29% for St. Peter's as Marist takes it back.
I really appreciate the way that Marist College decided to play that team fight. They allowed St. Peter's University to get the upper hand and take control of the point while they ended up waiting for reinforcements on Marist College. Now they have another Coalescence Vocal. Had just used it moments before and already has yet another Coalescence in their pocket. They're also going to have the Blizzard, which Min Min is going to need to respond to on St. Peter's University.
Blizzard coming out, locking down potentially a few, and the Earth Shatter from the side by the Reinhardt, with Nachos claiming the triple here by St. Peter's to take this back. The entire team kill comes through, and what a turnaround.
Don't even need the sound barrier if you just have an Earth Shatter to stop all the momentum that Marist College wanted to create utilizing the Blizzard. And now that St. Peter's University has control of this point again, they're able to set up Nachos on the high ground, which is a precarious position to have a hit scan. We've seen teams in this MAAC esports bracket fall to this before, but it looks like Marist College is definitely not worried about it, knowing that they can just take the high ground.
Yes, but does get quite a bit of damage thrown on top. Nice May wall to block the Bob up top, so no damage comes through as the Coalescence being used by Sellout once again, hoping to fuel the team, but now overlapping the sound barrier as the grab from this side of St. Peter's pulls multiple members of Marist up front. Wall to try and divide some as the damage still continues. That Zarya charge here from Face is absolutely intense, hoping to get a chance to maybe drop this Graviton, but Emerald's on the Deadeye, going to be forced. The Shatter comes through. Face extremely low and still surviving despite all of the incoming damage with those shields. Rez, along with Paviga, trying to hold on to this as it's 85%.
A lot of staying power, though, on Marist College. They do have a support, whereas St. Peter's University does not.
With the Coalescence rounding that side with the Graviton coming out, Bob is going to be thrown. Can it help out in the backside, going far too distant off of this point? A switchback occurring. The overtime activates as it's 99-42 with Marist trying to get back in this fight.
Marist is going to have an Earth Shatter for this next fight, so they should be able to hold on to this point for a little bit while longer. If St. Peter's University maybe has 2 more attempts at getting this point back under their control before it's going to be a 1-1 scoreline. But St. Peter's is taking a little bit of their time here, trying to figure out what the best plan of approach is going to be as Marist College gets pretty aggressive towards this choke.
Rotating around, St. Peter's trying to be careful. That Maywall is going to try and block off a few members, does get 2 segmented away. Rez getting low, but you do have a nice exchange here. Marist holding on to this and gets the advantage in this fight. Nacho's taken down as well, but the Deadeye by Ricardo on the high ground could be just enough to rotate down to this low ground, and the support is near. Lucio trying to keep him alive, but does fall short as it's 85% now for Marist and last chance for St. Peter's.
There's just so much sustain on Marist College. Not only do you have Face Misk that has the Zarya bubbles that is able to use them reactively to save the team, but Harmonix also has their own ability to get into Ice Barrier and make sure that they're going to... Oh wait, the Blizzard though!
And the wall blocking the Reinhardt charge, and that's going to be Marist actually being able to claim the victory here on this first control map.
When we got a chance to talk to Marist after their first semifinal win, they felt really confident, recognizing the mistakes that they made, getting a chance to warm up and talking about how they were going to come back from those mistakes. And I think this is kind of showing that they're a new team.
I mean, let's be real, though. That was a spicy play by Nachos, and I don't mean to try and make a joke about spicy Nachos food stuff anyways, but we are going to see St. Peter's at least take the play of the game there, so we have Marist taking the first so far. And again, for those that might not know that are coming into this grand finals, it will be a escort map next in the selection. Dorado, Havana, Junkertown, and Route 66 in the rotation to see which map is going to be selected by St. Peter's, and we're going to go to just a brief break, allowing these two teams to get
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Family in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great, just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
To be a Catholic Jesuit university means we are charged with this education for justice.
Students are leaving here with the skill set, the critical thinking, all of these areas which allow them to be flexible leaders.
We're told to go out and set the world on fire, and we're given the tools to do that.
Expansiveness, adaptability, and depth are hallmarks of the education that you get here. If we do that, we produce graduates that stand apart from anybody else.
College has been shaping the greatest city in the world since 1853. But what you'll find here might surprise you. It's a small campus in a big city. It's where strong values meet open minds, knowledge becomes innovation, and changed lives become unbreakable bonds. Because when you welcome different perspectives, you rise above the expected and the world follows. That's the Manhattan Experience.
It wasn't until I had the opportunity to do research my freshman year that I knew biochemistry was for me. Having that experience early on gave me the clarity that I needed.
We are St. Peter's University, a place where students who are eager to learn are taught by people who care, on a campus designed for both to thrive. We're proud to offer incredible learning opportunities and life-changing experiences, and that means our students are prepared to succeed in their fields, in their communities, and all over the world. Get to know St. Peter's University, the Jesuit University of New Jersey.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are now going to get into this next map, which is going to be Escort, and the selection is Dorado. After further review, it will be Marist able to take that first map on control here, and now we're going to see St. Peter's selecting this map of Dorado and hoping to see if this is going to help them get back into the swing of things and a map that they're confident with. And Necro, we've not actually gotten a chance to see Dorado just yet today.
No, we haven't. I don't think we actually saw Dorado on Monday either. So this is a brand new map for both for these teams, and I'm super excited about the strategies that they're going to come out with. This is an excellent Ash map.
And that was one of the things I was going to try and piggyback off of. I'm glad that you said it. Again, Ash being a lot more relevant between these two teams and having some serious use, because this is a map that does have some tendencies to favor the Ash play. I really am hoping that it's able to give an opportunity for that play to come out. But my other part is that there is a lot of verticality to this map. And will we potentially see Nachos attempting a second time around this Pharah play?
It is a big decision to make here. I think this ends up being a fantastic map for both the McCree and the Ash. So I don't know if you decide to go with something like a Pharah, because I gotta say, I think Emerald's doing a fantastic job with the hit scan for Marist College.
Agreed. Definitely agreed. And I would be more curious to see if Nachos is going to try and pick something alternatively. Looks like it's already hovering over the Reaper, but again, that is on the attacking side. So we can take a quick look here at Marist on the defense. Emerald going to stick with that McCree, which we've seen a lot of great work from. We also have Harmonics back on this May, who's going to cause a lot of stall. And the Lucio on a dynamic duo for supports. I do like to see both of those together.
Yeah, Lucio and Ana really work well together, and when I specifically look at the Ana in this composition, I'm thinking about the bio-nades, the ability to mitigate the healing for the other team. And there's a great answer to that from St. Peter's University, especially if they decide to stick to this Zarya. Those bubbles can refresh that bio-nade, so it just kind of makes it like it never happened.
The doors begin to open, and you see now the high ground obtained by Marist. Fire Strike coming out early for some potential charge on the ultimate for Viga. Not going to get too much there, though. Mostly blocked as this cart moves up this choke point. And really, it's going to be when you have Marist look to drop down and start this engage.
Yeah, either drop down or make that rotation like they're doing now. This is exactly the time to do it when you see that cart start around the corner so that you can get the defender's advantage looking down at this cart.
Pushing through this archway, one of the more difficult places to work through. The Maywell just behind, trying to block a lot of the retreat options here. And again, you've got Emerald really diving in deep to that underpass, along with Harmonics, to shut down a lot of this St. Peter's team.
One of the reasons why Harmonics is doing so much to shut down St. Peter's is because the walls are there. The main wall specifically spans the majority of this choke point, and it makes it very difficult when you're facing forward to figure out how you're supposed to find your way backwards to the rest of your team if you end up getting stuck behind it. So I like that Ricardo for St. Peter's University is fighting back with a May of their own.
Now as the Maywell separates the Ryan, this is a chance. Crab gonna come through, blocking some on the opposing side as the Bionade comes through. That's what you were talking about earlier, and it's doing some serious work against St. Peter's.
Because the Coalescence was there in response, but with the Bionade, it mitigates the ability to heal up the team that ends up getting caught in the grav. So Graviton gets thrown out, and Taze for Marist College just gets a chance to swing that hammer and try to build up to that Earth Shatter, which they should have for this next fight. Marist College looks like they're a really good team to beat right now.
With the block coming out once again, Blizzard up front by Marist, locking down 3 members as that hammer comes swinging forward from Taze, allowing so much value with that ultimate each time you see such consecutive follow-up on these ultimates used by Marist.
It's the communication. When we got a chance to talk to Marist College before, it was really exciting to kind of hear their strategy in terms of how they communicate as a team, and it really shows. But I love St. Peter's University's approach to this point. They are going up and around, which I think Marist College is prepared for, but St. Peter's University should be able to utilize something like the sound barrier in order to engage in this next fight.
And really look to maybe go over that passageway through the window to potentially drop down if need be. The high noon around the corner, Maywall instantly going to deny that. Great usage as this Earth Shatter comes through, will be immediately blocked. Flashbang trying to get a stun, and the Maywall comes through here from Ricardo. The sound barrier trying to assist as Sellout holds on to their own, maybe trying to surpass this. The lockdown from Harmonix with the freeze doesn't allow Sellout to use that barrier. And at this point, another reset comes through with only 60 seconds to work for St. Peter's.
Oh, Vocal's been doing such a good job with the bio-nades. You can really tell how much work it's been putting in. They're always fat. They're always hitting multiple targets on both teams. So not only are you adding an additional amount of shielding to your teammates on Marist College, but you're also denying so much healing potential from St. Peter's University. But it's not over yet. St. Peter's University is coming back with a slew of ultimates to throw at Marist College, and I expect that this Coalescence is going to be great, especially on the straightaway.
Blizzard coming in with the Coalescence. Beautiful Bionade, though, once again here from Vocool on the backside, but there is an opportunity to press on. The grab comes through by Face Mist, collapsing instantly onto this team. The Earth Shatter to follow up, stacking the ultimates with the Blizzard as well. That is a complete domination turnaround on this payload, as now it's going to be Paviga trying to get there, but the wall comes out, and no ability to get back to that payload will commence. And round one is completed with that payload just so nestled underneath the archway.
We've seen St. Peter's University have amazing defensive holds, though, and it's not uncommon on a map like Dorado with two teams that are evenly matched to actually not get past the first point. That underpass is such a difficult part to make progress through because it has a significant defender's advantage. Not only do you have the high ground that you're able to take advantage of, but you also have respawns, and you also have you have eyes everywhere. So it is very difficult to get through that point. If St. Peter's University can match that, then they might have this map in the bag.
Indeed, as now we wait to see what will come out here from the attacking side of Marist. St. Peter's, though, on this defense is actually going to have a Sigma Reinhardt play with Rez bringing this out, and I'm really interested to see how this dynamic duo shield composition is going to work.
I really like the double shield. Usually when you see the double shield, it's usually the Sigma and the Orisa, but I think that Paviga is very comfortable on this Reinhardt. I mean, you saw that massive shatter, absolutely massive shatter coming in from Havana, and that's definitely something that you want to look out for from this Reinhardt in specific, is those big surprises. But I really like that Rez is making this conscientious choice to go with the Sigma, because not only do you get the damage mitigation, but you also have the ability to use that experimental barrier to block things at the last second, like an Earth Shatter from the opposing team.
Alrighty, now as we've got the 4 minutes to work with, you've got Marist moving up with the payload. Nice wall to try and block some sightlines here on St. Peter's, as St. Peter's rotates down to that same position and is looking to have a formidable defense just as well as Marist did.
Yeah, this is definitely the plan. The plan is in place and the walls are there.
And now the Reinhardt on the front here, both sides holding up the shield. Immortality Field going to be expended by Min Min in the back to try and keep alive, but there is such a short distance for this payload to continue pushing. You can't afford to have anyone from St. Peter's leave this point. Emerald getting the double, the triple gonna come following up after Face Mist, and that's going to be another win here for Marist on this map of Dorado.
Ooh. I mean, it just comes down to the fact that you got a quick pick on Marist College, so it was difficult to be able to hold the point, especially when you have a May of your own to be able to fire back. But I have high hopes for St. Peter's University. They've been able to clutch it out before, and it's not over till it's over.
It isn't, and again, we saw it earlier. I know I've referenced back to it the last match, but we can also reference to it this match. You do have an opportunity for St. Peter's to have a full reverse sweep here, as long as the morale comes through and allows this, but 96% kill participation by this Ana play. I just want to make a comment to that. That is unbelievable to see that kind of percentage in involvement.
Unbelievable. It's all about those bio-nades. All about those bio-nades.
And as we will look to go to one last break here, potentially, there is an opportunity for St. Peter's to switch this back. So don't go anywhere, friends. We are going to see if Marist can manage to pull a 3-0 grand finals win, or will St. Peter's bolster their morale, build up the fire within them, and be able to take this back in a reverse sweep. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
We are St. Peter's University, a place where students who are eager to learn are taught by people who care, on a campus designed for both to thrive. We're proud to offer incredible learning opportunities and life-changing experiences, and that means our students are prepared to succeed in their fields, in their communities, and all over the world. Get to know St. Peter's University, the Jesuit University of New Jersey.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Family in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great, just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are now going to bring you this map 3, which is Assault, and even more exciting, Temple of Anubis. I'm your caster, Richard, here with Necra, and we've got Temple of Anubis coming up, Necra. I don't know whether or not to be excited or somewhat feeling the hurt of this map.
I'm ready for some headshots. We saw Nachos take out the Widowmaker and show us some of those skills, and I'm ready for St. Peter's University to show us what they got. Like, I especially on this map, I just feel like this is a really good pick for them.
It really is. And the other part, too, is we saw a lot of Junkrat play on this earlier in the week, and even, you know, just a lot of utility around that side room from that middle high ground that was played very well. And I'm curious to see how these two teams are going to utilize those same types of mechanics. One of the other things that we also have highlighted before in casts that we've had, you know, consistently prior to this one is a lot revolving around that middle high ground and how you need to understand the opportunity of rotating off of it.
Yes, rotation is super important. We talked about how it was important on that first point of Dorado, but it ends up becoming even more important on this first point of Temple of Anubis, especially if you end up running more of a dive strategy or a Symmetra strategy that ends up moving the team closer, the attacking team closer to point. It just, as the defenders, you have a very difficult task of deciding when you're going to rotate.
And as we do get on to this map of Temple of Anubis, we are going to have St. Peter's be on the attacking side first once again here, as Marist will play on the defense. And looking to see how Emerald has played with, you know, the McCree, I'm curious to see what their selection is going to be, feeling confident coming out on this map. And I would not be surprised if we did see a little bit of the Symmetra play, at least from the defense, to get onto that high balcony for an initial positioning.
I think that the balcony play is really good. Something else that I want to note is that I think that both teams are really well equipped to set up a type of crossfire, especially if you decide to play the Ashe or you decide to play a Hanzo or something like that. I think that ends up being like a really good strategy to utilize, where you can set up the Hanzo on a different platform. You can set up even the Ana on one of the high grounds instead of the middle high ground, and it ends up working out really well.
Indeed, as now we take a look here, it is going to be just a few seconds remaining. I like that Emerald went with this Hanzo. I'm not so upset about that, because the Storm Arrow really does have a lot of potential when it comes to breaking down these barriers if you do see it come out, but there's already at least some interesting selections by St. Peter's, potentially having a Winston and a Hammond.
Yes. That's the divey part of the composition that I was talking about. It ends up bypassing a lot of the damage that Marist College is setting up on that middle high ground. They have a lot of that long range damage, like the Hanzo, like the Ana, like the May, but look at this. There's the kind of the touchback there that really forces Marist College to make that decision of, do we rotate now?
But Paviga getting blocked off by Harmonix with the wall was absolutely critical, but here's that rotation. Can Marist be able to rotate back quick enough to try and compete? Barely in time to prevent that first initial tick. Ricardo going to go down along with Rez by this front line, which is giving so much space for Emerald to dominate in damage. That's going to force like an entire reset and throw off a first minute with, I think, Wrecking Ball playing a little aggressive here.
I think the aggressive play is really necessary, though, because you need Paviga to kind of act as that nuisance in your backline and as that distracting force so that Nachos can do Nacho things.
And with that pick onto Lucio, no more movement and utility advancement here for Marist with that Wrecking Ball from Paviga trying to harass on the back line. Taze will charge into that side room to try and give some assistance to the May that's just used Ice Block on the lower section, but now the Swarm from St. Peter's comes through and manages to start taking this point, and will have a decent time bank carrying over into this point B.
Absolutely, and I love already that Ricardo decided to switch over to the Reaper. The Reaper is ready to go for this point B, where Reaper ends up shining on Anubis. It just has such close quarters that it ends up acting as a huge fight engagement mechanism for these upcoming fights.
And with the Blizzard available on the defense here, it's going to be a great opportunity to slow any sort of quickness onto this point. Emerald already getting a quick pick and forcing out the res early by Min Min, which is a great pickup and still going to be a lengthy cooldown for waiting on.
Yeah, I think that the Resurrect is not necessarily a tool that you need to have like right now in the fight. I think it's going to be drawn out long enough that you will have it online later, but Marist College is making sure that this team fight wraps up pretty quickly for now.
Oh, definitely. The fact that you had the Wrecking Ball play so far forward, easily going to be taking it down, as you have Paviga having to regroup with the team nearing that minefield. This is almost 6 ultimates stacked up outside of Ricardo from St. Peter's to try and throw into Marist, who also is nearing their 6th as well.
It's going to be a lot of ultimates coming online from Marist College, but St. Peter's University has a lot to throw at the kitchen sink too. So I expect that this is going to be a pretty expensive fight on both sides. Oh yeah.
Minefield coming out first with a sound barrier here from Marist, making sure that they can fortify through that incoming damage. Bob gonna get instantly knocked down by that Earth Shatter from Taze, but Nachos with Bob still doing a lot of work as that Blizzard hopefully tries to mitigate some of the damage as the grab will come through the side with the Dragon Strike from Emerald, getting the double, wanting the triple. Ricardo taking him down regardless though, and still going to be an opportunity here for St. Peter's to keep on this point.
St. Peter's University barely managing to get a tick, but unfortunately the defender's advantage is just too strong. Marist College is able to deny that tick from St. Peter's University, but they had to expend everything. Marist College had to use every single ultimate in their arsenal in order to keep St. Peter's University at bay, and Ricardo is ready with that Death Blossom.
Hopefully it will be enough to allow that first tick to be obtained. That is definitely a real, just harmful way to leave that point, not getting the first one of 3, and waiting to see which position they're really going to go in for from St. Peter's to engage with both of the tanks diving in quickly. Death Blossom to come out, but bionated instantly. Emerald gets the pick on the Storm Arrow, and you find getting 2, but I don't think it's going to be enough here as St. Peter's with Nachos tries to do what they can. Min getting the res onto Ricardo, so that explosive shotgun shell damage with those Hellfire pistols will get a lot out on front. But the respawn advantage, as you said, still very strong.
Still very strong, but Ricardo's almost there. If Marist College isn't careful, then St. Peter's University might be able to come back in and take this point. They're so close, but...
And once again, just being a sliver away from the first tick with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. This is going to take another very resilient attempt to try and get at least 1 against this team of Marist.
At this point, I think want to see St. Peter's University utilize a little bit more of a composition that's going to favor itself in these close quarters. You do have Ricardo on this Reaper, but there isn't too much support for that. You have the Winston and you have the Wrecking Ball, which do a little bit better in terms of getting into the backline and doing that backline harassment like we talked about, but this is where Paviga goes back over to the Reinhardt here to be able to meet Taze on the front line on the Reinhardt of their own.
I mean, you saw how far forward Marist felt to play confidently up front as Taze is going to get, like you said, that Earth Shatter, the Blizzard coming up, and the Graviton. There is so much. Both support ultimates are at least available for Saint, and the res going to be forced out again here, so it's really just going to see how patient it will be for Marist to hold on to these ultimates and use them accordingly for this fight.
Yeah, Marist doesn't want to use everything here, but they're going to have to use a couple of things to be able to answer St. Peter's.
Blizzard down on the lower stairs, trying to get a few members blocked off. The wall will follow up as Vo Cool manages to get a anti-nade on to Sellout. No healing available to survive through it. Rotating back onto the point. Another half of this first tick taken, but no completion still to this moment.
Just the Blizzard utilized for Marist College, though, so they still have 5 ultimates to use. But for St. Peter's University, I still want to see more support for Ricardo and Paviga. I like that they have the Resurrect. I think that the damage boost is going to be really impactful for these next couple of fights. But I wonder also if the sustain from this Primal Rage is going to be enough to be able to get them through this fight. It's very difficult for them to touch this point, but this Coalescence might do it.
Oh, the wall is going to block a majority of its usage, though, as with that Coalescence rotating around from Sella. Winston up front, going to be almost instantly taken down, but that Primal Rage just enough to save it as a Dragon Strike Graviton comes through again in well-placed synergy. The res onto res is not going to be worth enough as this 20 seconds remains. Vokul just nanoing out on this front line to secure the damage output by the team, despite Bob in the back corner. That is going to be another strategic and well-played hold here. And with these few seconds remaining, it is going to be absolutely difficult for anyone on the side of St. Peter's to touch this point, and if all, won't manage to.
The May wall is going to make that really difficult to do, especially because you also had some late staggers into that last fight. St. Peter's University, though, valiant effort. They ended up capturing the entirety of that first point, and they made significant progress on the second. The second one is just so hard. You have such a significant defender's advantage that it's all very, very difficult to break through the defenses.
And this is one of those maps that we could really see a draw potential here if the defense holds just as strongly as Marist College did with St. Peter's now on the defense. So, as we take a look at this, it'll be interesting to see what Nachos chooses. Again, we talked about that Pharah play earlier. Now, as we are on the defensive side, looking to see if we'll get something interesting coming out here, as Ricardo's going to reside on that Reaper once again. Min not going to change off that Mercy. Very strong Mercy play that has done very well as a whole. And Nacho's really thinking about this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you really want to go for it in this situation. I like the Reaper play, but this really does lock St. Peter's University onto really playing on this middle high ground. But I'm also looking at Marist College. They have their own strategy up their sleeve to kind of give St. Peter's University a taste of their own medicine about how you figure out this rotation. I see that Symmetra. That's what I'm focused on right now.
I mean, the Widowmaker is also something I'm really looking forward to see how that's going to play out. But yes, again, you do have Harmonics with that Symmetra teleporter coming out, going to bypass just underneath the archway of the bridge and dropping down instantly. St. Peter's having to respond. But Emerald creating this backline shot onto Nachos, which is really a beautiful display of play and tactics to try and put St. Peter's into a crossfire towards this first point and allowing such a swift take by Marist College against St. Peter's.
Really clean double-pronged attack coming out from Marist College. The Symmetra is such a great strategy to bypass damage, and I think that Marist College executed that really well. But this is where the going gets tough. It's really possible to see a draw on the Temple of Anubis because of how strong the defenses end up being. I think that St. Peter's University has a great shot at being able to hold on to this. They have Stellan Squad actually on the Brigitte, which is going to be really helpful with those aura packs, just to ensure that this front line stays healthy.
Marist now getting the teleporter on the high ground. Stun gonna come through, but you do see Taze keeping that front line aggressive. Does get picked off. The Immortality Field doesn't come up quick enough from the support play in the back as Emerald tries to get enough damage onto that back line of St. Peter's to hopefully try and take this first point to claim victory. But you now have the few members of importance going down on the front line here of St. Peter's. Marist is going to swiftly take it. The photon barrier blocking the damage, and that is going to be it. You have your 2020 MAAC Esports champions here today as Marist College will show it to all of us.
Ooh, what a set, what a series, what a day, Rich. We had some fantastic Overwatch that we were blessed with today. I'm so excited about everything that we got a chance to see. But congratulations to Marist College taking that 3-0.
I mean, what a stellar amount of gameplay all through the day, and you can honestly say that Marist, after having that earlier semifinal map going through the thick and thin of this all, had definitely found themselves in the grand finals, able to show their worth and claiming this title. But now, let's go ahead and take a moment to see if we do want to select that MVP. Who are you thinking it's going to be, Necro? Who are you as an MVP thinking that really, really put a cut above the rest?
I'm looking at Vocal. I'm looking at the fact that Vocal not only had 96% kill participation on that second map, but also had a fantastic showing on multiple different heroes, but that Anna just really stood out for me.
Yeah, I highly agree. Again, I was making that call. Once I saw that card, that was absolutely critical. Not to mention, too, just the positioning of the nade itself, like on the inner portions of the archway to make sure that it does maneuver around those types of front barriers. There are so many different things, just not only in positional advantage, but skill advantage, and just as a whole, allowing that team to flourish. It was absolutely agreed that it is going to be the MVP going to Vokul. And I believe we're actually here going to be able to speak to a couple of members from the team. But before we do that, we're going to just go to a brief break here and once again truly thank the MAAC. Again, would like to thank the opportunity and thank the partners at the New Jersey Army National Guard, whose members are fighting on the front lines in the battle against COVID-19. The MAAC thanks you so very much for your service and also your partnership through this all. So don't go anywhere, friends. We've got that amazing interview coming up in just a moment, and we get to see how these grand finalists are going to celebrate.
We are St. Peter's University, a place where students who are eager to learn are taught by people who care, on a campus designed for both to thrive. We're proud to offer incredible learning opportunities and life-changing experiences, and that means our students are prepared to succeed in their fields, in their communities, and all over the world. Get to know St. Peter's University, the Jesuit University of New Jersey.
Army National Guard.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great, just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are here at the end of it all with two amazing members from Marist College. We have both the captain coming in, which we already got to speak to earlier, and that's going to be Harmonix, along with our MVP going to be Vocal. I want to say Vokul because you played such a cool game. I'm going to be super honest, but we've got Vocal here coming out, and both of you, how are you feeling right now as the grand final 2020 MAAC winners?
It feels great.
Yeah, it feels really good. We worked really hard throughout the entire year, and it just feels good to pull out a W.
I mean, it's an absolute demonstration. You already talked about it in our first interview that we have, and we get to see you a second time around. So, when you started to go into, this grand finals, we talked a little bit about how you're trying to prepare for it. Did it go the way that you thought it was going to with how St. Peter's had played? Did you feel that it was kind of what you expected, or did you feel that they still did something a little bit unique to play against?
I think we felt that it went as expected. We were very well prepared. We felt we talked about what we messed up on against Quinnipiac because they were very good competitors. And so we talked about that, reviewed a bit and strategized, and we executed well, and it shows.
It really did seem like you guys had a game plan. Like, when we got a chance to talk to you, Harmonix, you had mentioned that you had gone over the mistakes that you made versus Quinnipiac, and it did show that you guys really took those mistakes to heart and just put it all out there on the line. What did you do specifically to prepare for this match beyond just kind of recognizing those mistakes?
Well, after the first match, we were definitely relieved, stressed, had a lot on our minds. So we took a bit of a break at first, and then we all reconvened together, talked together, hyped each other up, and then from there strategized and just played as we did.
And you can definitely see that it showed and displayed amongst all three maps, which you did claim against this opposing team of St. Peter's. And, just to kind of also talk about, now that you've won this you know, for the university, for your esports division. Where do you see your team kind of moving on further from this? Do you want to, you know, continue to, you know, stay with the group, where your future lies with the team? What are your expectations of the upcoming adventures ahead?
Well, this was our only tournament for the semester, so we're just hoping to stay fresh over the summer, come back stronger next year, for sure.
You guys are a young team, so it means you have a lot of seasons ahead. And Vocal, I really want to ask you this specifically. How did you get onto the team, and what are you hoping to accomplish from being a part of it?
Yeah, so being a freshman, it was really cool to be a part of the team. So, you know, we had tents, we had to sign up. I went and I tried out, made it, and just the whole year, you know, just been working with the team, getting the team chemistry down. And hopefully, you know, same thing happens next year. We go into this strong, we practice the whole year, get ready, and come out strong next year as well.
Well, fantastic. Again, we greatly do appreciate having you here. Again, this interview has been powered by Acer Predator, a massive sponsor to this, and we have truly appreciated your time to talk. Now it's time for you to go celebrate with your team. Enjoy the rest of this weekend, and it's just been a true privilege to have both of you here talking today, both Vocal along with the Harmonics captain here from Marist College.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Definitely.
thank you.
For sure. And Necra, again, it has always been a pleasure casting with you. We have been able to be a part of what it was today, a extremely successful and amazing tournament in this following, you know, both on Monday and today, being a part of this grand final. So thank you so very much for allowing me to be your partner in all of this.
Hey, it's my pleasure. It was a fantastic day of Overwatch. It was exciting to see Marist College crowned the 2020 MAAC Esports champions. And I'm really looking forward to see what they accomplish next year. This is a very young team, and it just means that they have so much more to do and grow together. And so I can't wait.
We also want to give a major shout out to all of those affiliated with the MAAC Esports tournament here as a whole. Again, sending out some serious thanks to all of those that support. So we hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening, whether it's morning or night, depending upon where you are in the world. So take care. Happy gaming.
Bravo team moving to checkpoint.
2 o'clock, 10 feet up the right.
Visual 3 o'clock.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard.
Family in sight.
Make a difference in your community, serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
Bud Light made a seltzer?
Wait, Bud Light made a seltzer?
I wonder what it tastes like.
Only one way to find out. What are the taste buds saying?
Tastes great. Just hard seltzer with a hint of fruit flavor.
Let's get that instead.
Wait. Post Malone doesn't drink seltzer. We drink Bud Light. Everybody knows that.
Why not try something new?
Bud Light.
Seltzer.
Guys, let's get both.
I'll get both.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good.